So it's live. Maybe some volume there.
Check, 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 check. That was me just saying that.
All right. So this is great.
Is it looping? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sound is live.
Is that turned on?
No, I've got this turned down, Shane. I can go way louder here. Check, check, check. Mic check. Check, check, check. Check, check. Mic check.
And remember, I can turn up the program and turn down the program.
Exactly, yeah, yeah. So we're in the good, the yellow zone. So, but is any of that coming through though?
That'll be the
Check, 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 check. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. You happy with that?
the program.
a ceannairí agus cóide go léir. Ba fáilte ba wathlam fáilte a chur ribh gach duine a gcuibh a ghlach an tam le freastal ar grinniú na bhliana. I would like to welcome you all who have taken the time to be with us to attend our annual general meeting. I spoke to a number of you yesterday. We had a wonderful day, and a number of people made suggestions about what we might do in terms of our direction. And this, may I say, is your opportunity to participate in the process of creating direction for Clans of Ireland. It is the one occasion in the year when the members of the board have an opportunity to hear your possibly varied opinions and discuss for our mutual benefit. It is, of course, preferable that you or your representative might attend and enjoy the annual cultural summit in full. But it is of far greater importance that someone from your clan participates and exercises your right as a member to assemble and vote at general meetings. Clans of Ireland is an organisation that was founded on and operates for its members, or more precisely, its member organisations. It is not just an organisation of Taoiseach and Canary, whose responsibility is generally to represent their clans at Clans of Ireland assemblies. The member organisations, the clans, are the structure that collectively are Clans of Ireland. However, without active participation from each clan, our organisation would be weaker. So I would ask those members who have not attended this year to send someone to represent them if they are personally unavailable. It is both a right and an expectation that accompanies membership. The theme of this year's summit say that we have this year had one of the wild geese who came to visit us during this summit about 8 years ago. And he is with us indeed, introduced in a moment by Michael here. Microphone, Michael. Michael, microphone.
Oh, the microphone. Well, I hate microphones, but we need it for the online. So the Order of Merit is the highest distinction that Clans of Ireland conveys to individuals who had exceptional contribution to the Irish culture, Gaelic culture, and Irish history. There is an element of it that I think is, and Gearóid mentioned, the patron of Clans of Ireland is the president, and he is himself a recipient of the order. So I would like to introduce the first recipient, who is Connie O'Farrell. Connie started the O'Farrell clan with his wife, Rose, some 30 years ago or so, a little bit more than that, and has continued sustained efforts and developed the clan into a large international organization. I will pass on the microphone to Robert, who's akin to Connie, and will describe more Connie's contribution and his wife.
Thank you. Cahirloch, Colte, Board, Finchon and Ahern, agus a Carja Golir. On behalf of Taoiseach Tani Aril, Conal, I wish to sincerely thank the Council of the Order of Merit for appointing Conal as a companion of the Clans of Ireland Order of Merit. I commend Finchon and Ahern for their work in promoting ongoing historical research into the culture and traditions of the Irish clans. In particular, I wish to congratulate the Clans of Ireland for undertaking the monumental project Linea Antiqua. This project is of particular interest as the original manuscript by Roger O'Farrell is a valuable collection of Irish pedigree compiled in 1709. What can I say about Connie? The Farrell clan was re-established in Longford in 1991, and we had our first clan rally in 1993. And the assembled Farrells, in their wisdom in the Anley Hotel, straight away decided that Conal should be our leader. His pedigree in Camlisk House back to 1620 that we can record, and long before that, was one good reason. But the better reason was the man that Connie is, and the wife, Rose, his good wife is. They're born leaders, they're fantastic leaders, they're great hosts and hostesses, and they have met everyone in the Farrell clan from all parts of the world. They've had visitors from Argentina, from Australia, from Canada, wherever you like. And they've always been welcome in Longford. And I believe they were an inspired choice as chieftain and first lady. On my own behalf and on behalf of the members of the Farrell clan, I wish to congratulate Connie and Rose on receiving this award. Under his leadership and with the support of Rose, for the last 30 years, the Farrell clan has grown, and the foundations are so good, we believe we will continue to grow. And for that, we are eternally grateful to Connie and Rose. So I'm going to say, Gora Mina Maha Good. In conclusion, you're all familiar with John Farrell, who is our delegate here to Clans of Ireland. And I'm going to ask John to make a presentation as a token of our appreciation to the Cathaoirleach, Garó Kelly.
It's a great honour as a Farrell to be here today. We're proud members of Clans of Ireland. We've been involved as members of Clans of Ireland for a long time. This is a great honour for Connie. And on behalf of the Farrell clan, I'd just like to offer a token to Garrod. In my hand here, I have a publication. It's the Farrell Clan, A Brief History, which was written by Hugh Farrell, who's here in the crowd somewhere. Hugh, where are you? He was there. So, Garrod, you can read that tonight, and you'll be well briefed on what the Farrells have done for the last 1,000 years in Longford.
This is Cabalist?
No, that's our castle, which unfortunately no longer exists, but it's a nice memory of that's in Longford, was in Longford town. So you'll enjoy reading that, okay? And secondly, then, there's more. When you come to visit us in Longford, bring this map.
Okay.
Every Farrell castle site, anything that's associated with Farrells is on the map of Longford. You'd probably have to come for a month.
Yes.
So, with no further ado, thank you.
Thank you very, very much.
Shy?
Yes.
Dr. Walsh.
Okay. And how would you like to do it?
Well, maybe you can present the medal to Mr. Farrell.
Connell.
Connie.
Congratulations on all your work.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Oh, it's wonderful. Thank you.
Connell. Congratulations. You are most deserving.
Rose and myself went to Mexico twice, and we brought a stone from the yard and put it down as a foundation for a Farrell Clan Castle looking down on Mexico City. And we're back in the year 2000 and opened it. And I'm very proud of that.
What one? Congratulations. I've heard much about you also. You're a great team, I believe, together. Yes, yes. They're only married for 64. Okay, well, there's lots more to come. Yeah. 65. It seems shorter, does it? Thank you very, very much indeed. And I look forward to speaking to you later. Very interested in your family. Michael.
Yes. Thank you. Maybe we can, if Connie can go back. No? Okay. So we have a second recipient this year from too much of a foreign country, Mr. Patrick Clark de Tromontin, who came here a few years back with the delegation of descendants of Walgese. Patrick's family left Ireland. They were from County Down. They left Ireland with James II, established themselves in France, and prospered. At one time, they had a vineyard, which is in Bordeaux, which is called Chateau Clark. So if you ever come across it, it's the best Bordeaux wine, of course. Yes? Okay. But very interestingly, Patrick, who was an executive in human resources, got interested in his family and started researching the history of his family, which started at the end of the 17th century in France and continued in France, and was the result of actually a fantastic work for his family with all the records, very thoroughly researched. And that led him to actually extend his research, and with a particular interest in law, as he's a doctor in law, he has a PhD in law, and extensively research how the Irish or the Jacobites integrated into French society. A number of elements that were never studied because it's known that the Walgis were military people, but it is not known that actually they helped the industrialization of France by processing new inventions from the UK or England and vice versa. And another aspect of it is obviously for those French families that had become French, Irish families that had become French, was to be recognized in the order of the nobility. That's what happened to his family in the mid-18th century. But what Patrick has demonstrated is that the network of heralds worked together, the French with the Irish, exchanging genealogies. Very interestingly, to see Irish heralds giving proof of gentlemanry of Irish living abroad. So I would like to welcome Patrick. Please stand up and be recognized.
Je voudrais dire quelques mots, mais comme j'ai été un très mauvais élève en anglais, a very bad pupil, I cannot speak English. Je vais parler en français. Je voudrais donc remercier tous ceux qui ont contribué à cette distinction qui me touche beaucoup et qui honore le travail que j'ai réalisé au cours de quelques années pour faire cette histoire des Irlandais, qui ont été des immigrés, qui ont beaucoup apporté à la France. Ce n'est pas tout à fait la même chose qu'à l'heure actuelle. Et les choses ont beaucoup changé, mais à l'époque, les échanges entre les différents pays étaient d'abord beaucoup moins nombreux que maintenant et surtout plus efficaces. Alors encore une fois, merci pour cette distinction et pour tous ceux qui ont contribué, en particulier M. O'Cromley, qui m'a envoyé un mail il n'y a pas longtemps pour m'annoncer la bonne nouvelle. Thank you very much.
Merci, monsieur. For those of you who don't speak French, he was inviting us all down to his vineyard. Monsieur, s'il vous plaît.
Oui, pardon.
This closes the proceedings for the Order of Merit. Thank you very much. This is obviously an incitation for everyone to contribute highly to the preservation of the Irish culture. So feel free to write books and do studies. We shall introduce now Dr. Joe. We shall introduce Dr. Joe Mannion, who is also a historian, independent historian. As I said earlier, a good neighbor of mine. Yes. When I first met Joe, I think it was in County Galway or here, I don't remember. He told me one thing. He told me the Burgos were more Irish than the Irish. That's a lie. That's a lie. He said also, you know, the county council, they insist when you restore a castle that all the stones are showing. Originally, they were plastered out. In the medieval manuscripts, apparently, in Clan Record country, it was said that the castles were white and standing like teeth in the middle of a forest. Well, this is quite different now, right? Hopefully one day we'll go back to white plastering with lime, what the Scottish call hoarding, to make it proper. Well, Joe, can I set up this for you? Where is Kieran? Can you help us, please? Because, you know, I work in high tech and I'm very low tech. To set up. That's not going to go on the screen if you plug it in there. You should put it in the back. You should put it in the back? Okay. So we're working on technicalities here. I forgot to mention that Joe reformed the Omanian clan. That's what, 20 years ago or so? And we, inspired by him, we're going to do the same thing. He actually wrote a short history, an historical trail of reading the landscape with prominent features that were associated with the clan. And it's fascinating because actually it's not only about the history, it's how you read the landscape and you can walk from one monument to the other. And that gives an entirely different perspective. Uh-huh. Okay, so you'll have to speak without slides. You'll have to speak without slides then.
Can you?
Oh, you can't do that. No, you. Ah, okay. Finding solutions. So, we will have to switch off the light. Excuse me, no? Okay. About this afternoon? So right after this presentation, we'll have the parade of the chiefs. So be prompt because we're off the grid of the agenda in terms of timing. We'll have a group photograph as well, I believe in the staircase as usual. Okay, so don't go far away after the parade. And then we'll have a light lunch that will be shortened, I believe, to be on time. No? Yes. So what do you want me to say about this? Oh, yes. We have a claymore here that is available to any clans who wishes to use for their clan gathering. Be careful, it cuts. But it is available. Yes. So it is, yes, you want it? Oh, you want the microphone?
This is Shane O'Dea of Dysart. I just want to echo the sword and indeed the inauguration of a chieftain at a clan gathering. Garrod came down to us in 2022 with that medieval inauguration, and it's a tremendous success, particularly from our visitors from the United States who had never seen anything like that. And particularly then we have a castle, we're very lucky, Dysart OD, and beating the door, will Cadagum Dulles Jock, have I permission to come in? And somebody turned around to my wife and said it was just worth coming to see this alone. So I just want to echo how wonderful it can be for an inauguration or a clan gathering. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll pass on. Joe, this is you. We'll make some comments on Irish heraldry another time.
Good afternoon, everybody. I was, I think, assigned a 20-minute slot, and I'll be finishing up now in 2 minutes, I would say. In any case, as you can see, as you can see, I'm here to say a few words about my book, my new book, and it's a privilege indeed to be here and to have that opportunity. The book, as you know, and as certainly as many of you have it in your possession at this stage, is called Anglicising Tudor Connacht, the Expansion of English Rule in the Lordships of Clanrickard and Himani. Clanrickard was ruled by the De Burgh dynasty, while Himani was governed by the Gaelic Irish or Kelly clan. So before I start, I want to just say thank you very much. Goramila Mahagut to Antusal Garojo Kelly, Kahirlik Finchna Hearn, who invited me to, early on in this year indeed, to come here and present the book today. Also, I want to thank Miss Kieran O'Dowd, Honorary Treasurer of Clans of Ireland, for liaising with Zoe, who's selling the books on behalf of Forecourt Press earlier on there, and for making all the necessary arrangements for this to happen. And finally, I want to thank all of you here who have today purchased a copy of the book, or indeed may at some other time purchase a copy, or indeed are sufficiently interested in the contents of the book to actually hang around in spite of all the technical difficulties and stay here to hear this short presentation, as I promise it's going to be. So what's the book all about? Well, the title indeed tells it. It's in essence about the Anglicisation of Connacht in the 16th century, focusing on two lordships in East Galway and South Roscommon, the Lordship of Clanrickard and the Lordship of Hymany. Now, while the focus in the book is on those two lordships, the socially modifying changes, if you like, that were taking place during the Tudor period affected all the political communities right throughout Connacht. So it has a relevance not just for East Galway or South Roscommon, but for all of Connacht and even beyond that. Map that you see on the front of the book is a very important part of the publication. As they say, and you all know this for many years, a picture paints 1,000 words. This picture was painted in 1567, more or less in the middle of the Tudor period. And what it tells us here is vitally important. It is better than a lot of documents that you can actually look up from the period itself. This is the original map, drawn by John Goff, 1567. And notice that it is Ireland, representing the country as it was known at that particular time. But I want to draw your attention to the shading of part of the country, and that is the province of Connacht. You'll notice that it is somewhat darker than the rest of the country. Now, when I was doing my research for this, when I came across this map, I said, that's exactly what I'm looking for. A map that makes Connacht stand out, which is what I was dealing with. So that's the section, that's the detail that was used on the front cover of the book. So it was also interesting to note that the Earl of Clanrickard was noted in central East Galway, which is more or less where the lordship existed at the time, and also the O'Kellys, who were close by. But I want to remark on one other group of people, and I spoke to John Farrell about this earlier. John and I had a little chat about it. That shaded area included the O'Farrell country in Annally and also the O'Reilly territory of East Breffni, because in 1567, and before that indeed, these territories were considered part of Connacht. And John also pointed out to me that as late as 1610, they are still included in Connacht. Now, in theory, they shouldn't have been, because in 1569, 1570, when the Shiring of Connacht took place, the commissioners were advised not to include the territory of Annally, which was formed into the county of Longford later, and the territory of East Breffni, O'Reilly territory, because that was later shired as County Callan. Looking at this map here from a book 1995 by Professor Stephen Ellis of University College Galway. It's titled Gaelic and English Lordships in Ireland 1534 with Prominent English Marshal. Now, the shaded areas are the areas that were under English lordship at that particular time. We're all very familiar with this portion of the country here around about Dublin, or to the west of Dublin, known generally as the English Pale, and right across the south of Connacht as well, or sorry, the south of Ireland, in Munster, you have descendants of the Anglo-Norman settlers from the 12th century. While they wouldn't have been, as we'll say, obedient or as closely connected with the crown as the people in the English Pale, nevertheless, they were living to a large degree in English way of life. But what is rarely mentioned is that there was a little pale in the west of Ireland, east of Galway Bay, between the towns of Galway and Athenry, both of which were Anglo-Norman settlements in the 13th century. And that was of vital importance when it came to the Anglicization of Connacht in the 16th century. This close-up of the map shows Clanrickard and that particular area right in the middle of the the territory of Clanrickard itself. And if you have a look, you can see all the English and Irish lordships scattered here throughout Connacht. The other one that's most of interest, or is most interesting for us here, of course, is the O'Kellys of Hermanny, which joined Clanrickard country to the east. This is a map of Galway, modern-day baronage marked in. Clanrickard consisted of 6 baronies: Clare, Athenry, Dunkellen, Kiltartan, Loughrea, and Leitrim, whereas there were 7 baronies in Hymany, 4 of which were in County Galway, to the west of the Suck River, and 3 in Roscommon, at the Sloan North, the Sloan South, and Mycarn, while the baronies in Galway were Tyquin, Kilconnell, Killine, and Clonmacnown. So that just gives you the background, the geographical background, if you like, for the setting of the book, if you like. So moving on, then the layout of the book and the contents. Very briefly, I'll go through it. It's divided into 5 thematic chapters with subheadings here and there at appropriate points to help the reader see what is coming down the line. Chapter 1 examines the English foundations of early Tudor policy in Connacht, focusing on the Anglo-Norman conquest and colonisation of the western region in the 13th century, which took place after this major incursion by Richard de Burgh and his allies into Connacht in 1235. The events of this period determined the geographical extent of the Burke and the O'Kelly lordships, and it also triggered a long-lasting antagonistic relationship between the ruling dynasties of the Burkes and the O'Kellys. It could be judiciously described as a hostile two-nation legacy of the Middle Ages. Now, I briefly mentioned this question of the two legacy, or the two-nation theory. It was hot like a hot potato back in the end of the last century. There was one group who believed that, no, the Anglo-Normans had become more Irish than the Irish themselves. And by the way, Michael misquoted me there. In any case, we'll see later that that might not be the case. And then, of course, on the other hand, you had the Gaelic Irish. So the belief was that the Anglo-Normans, particularly the Burkes here in this in South Connacht, that they had become more Irish than the Irish themselves, that they had adopted Irish ways of life, the Irish language, and indeed Irish names. 300 years later, this is how the relationship between the Burkes and the O'Kellys is described. The Burkes that be of English nation beareth mortal hate to the Kellys. And I'm sure that was reciprocated. This is how the Master of Rolls, Robert Cowley, described the relationship between the Clanrickard Burkes and the O'Kellys of Hymany in a treatise that he drew up in 1536 for the proposed Reformation of Ireland. So this is 300 years after the initial confrontation and conquest, if you like, of Connacht. So this antagonistic relationship that was born back in 1235 and afterwards continued on. It manifested itself right throughout the Middle Ages, as the annals will, an examination of the annals will show. It also was there at the beginning of the 16th century. In 1504, for example, there was a major battle fought in Knockdoe. And there, the Burke and the O'Kellys were on either side, with great loss of life to all concerned. I'm not going to go into any detail there except to say the antagonistic relationship continued. Moving forward into the 1530s, with the Kildare revolt, the Kildare rebellion, the Burkes attacked the O'Kellys purposely, probably at the instigation of the Earl of Ormond at the time, so that they would be occupied, defending themselves, and could not go to aid their traditional Fitzgerald allies at this time. Our chapter 1 also focuses on the royal boroughs of Galway and Athenry. The towns and their hinterlands were of crucial significance when it came to the Anglicisation of Connacht from the 1540s onwards. I mentioned that already to you. It was like a launching pad for the English crown. They had here 2 towns that were English speaking. They used the English dress, and they lived for the most part according to English common law. So it was a wonderful base, if you like, for the crown to expand from. The residents of these long-established English-style boroughs were considered models of English civility. The towns would have been formed shortly after the conquest of Connacht in 1235. Now, the people of the neighbourhood were expected, the neighbouring lordships were expected that perhaps they could emulate their dress, their way of life, and so forth. So there were examples that were being held up. Now, central to the process of Anglicisation, of course, was the assertion of royal authority. The first example that we have of that really is in 1538, when Ulick na Gcáin Burke and other Connacht lords submitted to the then Lord Deputy, a man by the name of Lord Leonard Grey. Now, Ulick Burke's submission was voluntary. He did it of his own volition in order to gain lordship over his own kinsmen. And this led eventually, some 5 years later, to his ennoblement to the status of Earl by Henry VIII. So this is a sure sign that Anglicisation is taking place. The O'Kellys were also involved in the surrender and regrant in the early 1540s. West of the Sook, in particular, Abbot A. O'Kelly, he submitted and he surrendered the well-known and very well endowed Abbey of Knockmoy in 1542. The Burke and O'Kelly surrender and regrant agreements are most interesting when they're studied, because it shows again that this two-nation theory was a reality even at that particular time. The Crown looked upon these as 2 separate groups. One, descendants of the Anglo-Normans, who were expected to promote Anglicisation in their lordship, and then on the other hand, you had the O'Kellys. All they were expected to do was provide military assistance and some supplies and so forth for the Lord Deputy when he was in the area. So they had been treated as 2 different nationalities. Now, moving on to chapter 3, it assesses the Crown's commitment to support newly confirmed subjects in Ireland, such as the Burkes of Clanrickard. In particular, the second Earl, that's Richard Sassenach. He had difficulty maintaining his authority in the lordship after he was installed there in 1551 by the Crown. The growth of Tudor power and influence in Hymany is also discussed in chapter 3, as are the proposed programmes for the political and social reform of Ireland as a whole, and of Connacht in particular. Now, I mentioned earlier on there that this Cowley gentleman, the Master of the Rolls, he was drawing up, as many others did at the time, a programme for the reform, the political reform, that is, of Ireland. Well, it continues. And part of these reform programmes are included in that was the introduction of English-style government and English-style, that's regional and local government. And that was introduced gradually, piecemeal, during the reign of Elizabeth I. But the greatest impact was made in 1569, when the presidency of Connacht was established. And at the time, you also had the shiring of Connacht. The province of Connacht was divided into counties. That's all dealt with in chapter 4. It marked the and it resulted in widespread discontent right throughout the province of Connacht, not just in South Connacht, but right throughout the province. And the Earl of Clanrickard's sons, John and Ulick, rebelled on 3 separate occasions throughout the following decade. That's the 1570s. The reason for their revolts really was not the fact that Anglicisation was being introduced into their lordship. It was more because of the individuals that were involved in the process. So that and the policies that were being pursued. The Lord Deputy at the time was Sir Henry Sidney, and he had a fundamental but clearly a really flawed objective, and that was to undermine the authority of the Earl among his own kinsmen and in his countryside. Now, the Earl was an agent of Anglicisation of immense value, but he didn't seem to see that. He went and he chose a gentleman by the name of John Burke from a hostile collateral branch of the Burkes to act as Sheriff of County Galway. Now, as Sheriff of County Galway, he had authority, administrative authority, to operate within the barony of Longford, of Loughrea, and that, of course, was the Earl of Clanrickard's territory, and this caused immense problems. So cooperation with and support for the Crown's representatives had been the hallmark of Richard Sosnock's reign for the previous 2 decades or so since he was installed in 1551. But that all changed. And because of the official favour that was being shown to John Burke, his arch enemy, the antithesis was the norm after that. However, the Earl consistently professed his loyalty, and he never actually went into active rebellion against the Crown, although he did have various difficulties with them later. This is just a taster, as you can well imagine. Now, also addressed in chapter 4 is the response of the O'Kellys during the 1570s, a very tumultuous period when there were 3 revolts or rebellions by the Earl of Clanrickard's sons. They remained peaceful. They didn't get involved in what was going on at all. And they were rewarded later on in the decade, in the late 1570s, by being appointed as agents of the Crown, both locally in County Galway and indeed at a provincial level as well. Moving on to chapter 5, it looks at the manifestation of English rule in Clanrickard and Hermany in the decades following the establishment of the Connacht Presidency. Now, in this context, the functioning of the newly created County of Galway after 1569 is examined in detail. Also, the 2 composition agreements that were drawn up. In 1577, Sir Henry Sidney was responsible for introducing the first composition of Connacht, which was basically a taxation scheme that was going to be used to support the presidency of Connacht. In 1585, Sir John Perrott, who was then the Lord Deputy, he introduced a much more elaborate scheme. It was, again, meant to be a taxation system that would support the presidency, but it also had socially modifying aspects, such as the surrender of the Gaelic titles, and, as well as that, the adoption of English common law in place of Brehon law. So Gaelic society was coming to an end, if you like, at this stage. It was, if you like, a sounding of the death knell that was to come. Now, furthermore, in that chapter, land ownership changes that resulted from the Anglicising influence and socio-economic impact of the presidency in both Clanrickard and Hermany are discussed. And finally, the contrasting relations of the Burkes and the O'Kellys with the Crown in the lead up to the 9 Years' War are considered against the backdrop of mounting royal expectations for both groups. And all I'd say on that is that this is following on from the rebellions of the Earl of Clanrickard's sons in the 1570s, while the Burkes or while the O'Kellys were calm. And here we are on the eve of the 9 Years' War. A new Earl has been installed as one of the rebels, actually, has been installed in 1582, and he turns out to be a model, an absolute model. So the Burkes are doing everything right at the beginning of the 9 Years' War, and the O'Kellys are beginning to rebel in various parts in Galway and indeed in Roscommon. So in conclusion, the findings of this book question the validity of this much quoted phrase, more Irish than the Irish themselves, and endorse the view that 2 distinct races coexisted in Ireland in the later Middle Ages. This is why I was saying Michael misquoted me, really. So I'm going to finish up by reading the blurb, which is printed on the back of the book, because it succinctly sums up its content. At the beginning of the 16th century, the South-Connacht lordships of Clanrickard and Hermany lay beyond the effective control of the Tudor government. Clanrickard was ruled by the Burke dynasty, descendants of the 13th century Anglo-Norman conquerors and colonists of Connacht, while Hermany was governed by the indigenous Gaelic Irish O'Kelly lords. This book charts the episodic expansion of English rule into the lordships while taking cognizance of major government initiatives such as the surrender and regrant program of the 1540s, the establishment of the Connacht Presidency in 1569, and the composition of Connacht in 1585. The difficulties experienced by the historically hostile political communities of Clanrickard and Hermany as they endeavoured to accommodate the expanding Tudor state are analysed and discussed, as are the consequent changes in the political, social and economic fabric of the province of Connacht. And with that, I give you my latest book, Anglicising Tudor Connacht, The Expansion of English Rule in the Lordships of Clanrickard and Hermany. Thank you very much. They would need to be very easy ones now. Luke?
Joe, thank you very much. Really useful and insightful presentation there, and I look forward to reading it. And of course, I commend it to everybody here and those who might be watching online as well to order it through Full Court's website. Just as regards the analysis on Connacht, did you look at, or do you look at the interplay with other lordships, perhaps which are analogous in terms of the Anglicisation strategy that's being pursued, maybe in Thomond, Desmond, Ormond, and elsewhere? I'm just wondering if they feature in your book at all.
The difficulties in Desmond were tied in with, if you like, some of the activities of the Earls. Some of the activities of the rebellious Earl's sons in the 1570s. So yes, it is. It goes beyond the actual province of Connacht itself and the lordships, and it certainly has a relevance beyond that.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. John? Sorry, John.
Marriage was often used as a way. Marriage was often used as a way of solving difficulties with opposing clans. Was there any significant marriages between the O'Kellys and the Burkes?
I mentioned one in particular. This was in the late 16th century. Referring back to the conflict that was going on between Richard Burke, that's the second Earl, and John Burke, the Sheriff of County Galway at the time. One Tadhg O'Kelly, who was not the leader of the O'Kellys as such, he wouldn't have been the chieftain, but he was the second in command, if you like. He was the Taoiseach, living in Mullaghmore in County Galway. He was married to John Burke's sister. And and again, without going into any detail whatsoever, at one stage, Tadhg O'Kelly's two sons, his wife, and I think 200 cattle or something like that were taken by the Earl of Clanrickard for some reason or other. It's not clear why, but it's just an example of it. Yes, there was intermarriage there, and it was between, different elements, if you like, or different sects of the Burkes and the O'Kellys.
Yes,
Thanks very much.
John, I'd just like to say that nothing very successful ever happened between the O'Farrells and the O'Kellys.
There we go. Any other questions? I just had one question, Joe. The Simnel affair, the English crowned in Dublin with the support of Anglo-Norman lords. Was that had any effect on the Burkes? Because we know in West Cork, in particular in Cork, the Gaelic chieftain stayed out of that, and they were rewarded by Henry VII to be protected under English law. That was quite interesting. So I wonder if there was any effect of that affair. Anyone is aware of the Simnel affair? Yeah, this is a fascinating story. Henry the Seventh, the first Tudor, comes to the throne, but there are partisans in England and in Ireland that say the previous king was Edward the Third or the Fourth, I don't remember, has a son, right, in Cork. So they crown him the English king in Dublin, and they send an army in England. I mean, you could write a movie on this, and you'd say it's a fiction. And they were ultimately defeated, but it was really, they were supported by Anglo-Norman lords, right?
Not at all evident in the research that I have done,
Okay.
because for 200 years or so prior to that, the Burkes had not been really in very much contact with the Crown. So it was as if they were operating separate from it. Now, having said that, in the ancient county of Connacht, if you like, which had started out initially in the 1230s, thereabouts, as being, all of Connacht, by the time around coming towards the end of the 15th century, by the time that the Tudors came into place, you had just that reduced area around Galway and Athenry, and that was being referred to as the county of Connacht. So it was down to that. So there was little or no, the Burkes had little or no contact with the Crown at all at the time. Okay. No, yes, they had nominal sheriffs, but that was it. So no, the movie that you're planning there, Michael, will not be very important in the Galway context, I think.
Okay. I think, thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Go to Míle Maith.
We shall
Thanks very
proceed.
much. Okay.
We shall proceed. Huh?
So we're not doing the parade until after lunch.
Okay. So we'll go to lunch. We'll do no? Oh, we're doing the photograph. Everyone in the staircase, please. Facing downward. And then we'll go right to lunch, following the staircase. And the parade will be after. Okay.
now, and we'll do it the way we did it last year. Many of you will have done it, very aware of it as to what to do. We queue outside. We're coming in alphabetically. Now, you all know your names better than I know your names, so we'll queue up alphabetically from the A's down to the Z's if there's any Z's. And we come in, we walk up here, we exit by there as we always do. And my understanding is we come in singly, and we come up to our chairperson and we say the name of the clan. In my own case, it would be O'Carroll Oriel Unshaw. And then, isn't that correct, Garrod? That's the way it works. And you and a colleague, somebody else or just yourself will be here? Just us, our chairperson, Garrod, will be here, and then you exit out that way. So we'll try to line up outside in some kind of an alphabetical way, and we'll take it from there. Okay, everybody, let's get outside. I've discussed with Luke.
Yes, yeah.
1, 2.
It's better. It's better than I carried. So we'll be going in 2 minutes, everybody. First thing,
Vincent,
2 minutes.
if you're happy, I.
So warm.
I'd say I
Just sneaking out. I'm wearing for a short time.
Yeah. Seems like brash.
Wrong. Vincent, don't force it. We could do a still photo. Can you do a photograph?
This is all for photographs for client websites. What I go through.
Please be seated, everyone. The clans of Ireland. The Curtin clan. Cassidy clan.
Cassidy.
Egan clan. Clan Leiden. Clan McCabe. Clan McGinnilah. Mannion clan. Clan McMullen. Clan McQuillan. O'Carroll Oriel. Clan Nolan. O Canila. O'Donnell of Tyrconnell. O'Duda. Clan O'Farrell. O'Alwaran. O'D.
Patrick.
O'Mulpadrick of Breffni. Clan O'Sullivan. O'Tierney clans. O'Crawley clan. McGrath na Ula.
Michael. That's it? Yeah, you're back on. Okay.
Hello? What's that? Yes. Okay.
Non, pas tout de suite, mais au cas où, quand il faudra partir, vous ne soyez pas disponible,
Je me rendrai disponible.
on voudrait vous saluer et vous dire, vous remercier de façon, non, la réception extraordinaire que vous avez bien voulu nous faire, à tout point de vue, ici, à l'hôtel.
Votre contribution.
Oui, mais enfin.
On se reverra certainement.
Oui, on garde le contact.
Bien sûr.
Pas de problème.
Hello. Would you please be seated before I use the blade? Be seated, please. Thank you. Are we still online? We're online. Everything goes well. After this wonderful light lunch, as French gastronomer we appreciate, I would like to introduce Dr. Rachel Moss. So I don't know, Moss? Oh, it's you. We've never met. Nice to meet you. We will speak about building Gaelic Ireland in the late Middle Ages with our friend Luke. It is a coffee table talk, but there's no coffee. Thank you. Oh, excuse me. Just this is a Burke that Dr. Mannion knows very well. This is the coat of armor Burke when they applied to earldom, right? Something like this. And there's something that, as a horseman, you can see the nails of the horseshoes are showing out. And this is not a mistake. This is to make sure that the horses will not slid in the mud. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Okay, thank you for that. So, Jigiv Galer, Agus Fulcher, is Misha Lukos Makanakani, Director on Finch and Heron. I wish to welcome everyone here today to the Clans of Ireland's Cultural Summit. I am Luke McInerney, a Director of the Clans of Ireland. We have an excellent agenda ahead of us this afternoon, which is focused, rightly so, on the built heritage of Gaelic Ireland. We also have an excellent lineup of guest speakers, and I'd like to extend our deepest thanks and appreciation for them for agreeing to speak to us here today. It gives us, at the Clans of Ireland, great pleasure to be able to bring to our members, both in Ireland and abroad, those who are watching abroad, really good, high-quality speakers speaking about topics of interest for us. So our first speaker today is Dr. Rachel Moss, who is an art and architectural historian at Trinity College here in Dublin. Dr. Moss has a particular interest in medieval Ireland, which makes her, of course, an ideal person to speak to us today. Dr. Moss's research initially began in the realm of Romanesque architecture and sculpture and has broadened out to focus on such things as a social context of medieval art and architecture of the later medieval period. She has a wealth of experience, not just on medieval buildings and architecture, but also on the management of those sites as well. Dr. Moss also has experience on insular art, as well as early medieval art in the wider European context, which has seen her focus on diverse diverse subjects such as late medieval Irish window tracery, religious symbolism in Irish art, the conservation of Irish high crosses, and the artistic aspects of reliquary shrines. She's also undertaken research and writing on illuminated manuscripts of Irish provenance, such as a Stowe Missal and also the Book of Durrow. So, without any further ado, I invite Dr. Moss to the lectern. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Luke, for that very kind introduction, and also to the Clans of Ireland for inviting me to speak to you this afternoon. It's a rare occasion where the sun actually interferes with the quality of the picture, but I'm not going to apologise for it. It's great to see it. So what I wanted to speak about this afternoon was, I suppose, to introduce some of you will be very familiar with many of the sites that we're going to look at, but to introduce you to the later medieval architecture of Ireland, which for many years was somewhat ignored. And this goes right back to when scholars first started to study many of the tower house castles, abbeys and friaries that still dot the Irish landscape and are in fact really part, I suppose, of what we recognise to be Irish about the landscape. Part of the reason that these buildings were for quite a long time relatively ignored is that, going right back to some of the earliest texts where antiquarians started to study these buildings, they were very much identified as being English. So just a quote here from Francis Gross, who published in the very late 18th century 2 volumes, really the first illustrated architectural histories of later medieval Ireland. And he says that what he had included were only the buildings that he understood as being English. The English were everywhere erecting beautiful churches and other religious structures, so that our ancient architecture was planned and executed by English workers. Now, before you panic, I'm just going to straight away say, obviously, this is not true. And all of the clans here will probably be familiar, let's say, with a tower house associated with your clan, or indeed a friary or a parish church that has very strong associations either with patronage or indeed burial in those places. So what I thought I'd do today is actually to look at not what the English did for us, but what the Irish did when the English came. And that's really what I want to focus on for this talk. So one of the first misunderstandings, I suppose, that arose was this idea that art and architecture changed very radically with the coming of the Anglo-Normans in the late 12th century. Now, it was changing in the 12th century, but it wasn't just because of the Anglo-Normans. It was already starting to change. So I'm delighted to hear that there is one of the O'Carroll Oriels. You, well done. You are responsible European architecture to Ireland. So congratulations. King Donogh O'Carroll of Oriel, he was the founder of the monastery at Mellifont, the very first Cistercian monastery. It was a big deal at the time because it was a type of architecture nobody here had seen before, called Mellifont, or the Font of Honey, which I think is a wonderful evocative name, in a beautiful valley. The locals just called it An Monasteir Mór because it was so different, like the big monastery. They were used to seeing things like Glendalough, Clonmacnoise, the smaller church buildings. So it's really the Irish who introduce this new style of architecture, and indeed the new religious orders coming into Ireland. Initially the Cistercians, Augustinians, and then in the 13th century, the mendicant orders, the begging orders, so the Dominicans, the Franciscans, and the Augustinian friars. Now, obviously, there was a pious reason behind this. The idea of patronizing the church, of paying for the construction of a large building would, one assume, make sure that you found your place in heaven. But there were other motives that lay behind these foundations. And it's very interesting that we tend to think of history through learning history through documents, but these buildings, and indeed the objects that were made to furnish them, are historical documents in their own right, because they tell us quite a lot about politics, let's say, at a particular period. So sticking with the Cistercian monasteries, first foundation by the O'Carrolls in 1142, but quite quickly then other clans began to see this order as being very beneficial in their territories as well. So, for example, the Ivrian or the O'Briens, who were down in Munster, a remarkable number of foundations are due to them. So starting off with Monastanina, which is, I'm going to use my cursor, which I hope people can see also on online. Down here, outside of Limerick City, the first foundation, as you can see, in 1148, probably by Turlough. And then we have this almost like a circle going down to Fermoy in County Cork, across to Kilcooley, now in Tipperary, Holy Cross, and in Ishlonach, down on the river, just upriver from Clonmel, and then finally Cork and Row. Now, why find so many? These are relatively expensive houses to found because they have to have at least 12 members and an abbot, so it needs to be fairly sizable. And they are an order that withdraw from the haunts of men. So they were an agricultural order, if you like. They worked the land, so they did the Opus Dei. So one of the benefits of patronizing that particular order was that they were able to manage large estates, especially where, for example, you didn't have multiple allies around your territories. The monks would sort of do it for you. They would farm the land, and they were very innovative in their farming. Another thing that they became particularly useful for, and especially when the Anglo-Normans begin to come in to Ireland and they begin to found their own Cistercian monasteries, they are very useful for marking out territory and protecting territory. So this is why we almost have this ring. There's piety, but it's also land management, and it's also a way of literally staking your claim in the ground and saying, look, there's a whopping great stone building here, which is being protected by the community of monks within who are loyal to me. So they were typically often built on the borders of territories. And this isn't anything new. The earlier so-called Celtic church, there was a similar motivation often behind the siting of the earlier churches. Now, what's interesting is that they did adopt this sort of European style of architecture. And I'm just showing you here the very beautiful Abbey of Cork and Row. Burn, on the edge of the burn. Again, a very evocative name, St. Mary Petra Fertilis, or St. Mary of the fertile soil. And we all know that the burn is famous for its botanical wonders, or sorry, the fertile rock, but it seems to be barren when you look at it from afar. What we're seeing here is one of the last of the O'Brien foundations. So, you know, one of the most northerly. And although they followed the European style, so a big long church with a cloister, very utilitarian architecture, so that you had the sleeping, the eating, and stores and kitchens attached to the church, because all they were doing every day was the same routine. So it was a very sensible utilitarian architecture. But where the Irish diverged was in their love of sculpture and ornamentation. Unfortunately, most of these buildings have lost their roofs at some point, so other more ephemeral decoration, such as wall paintings, textiles, timber carving, which we imagine there would have been plenty of, have disappeared. But the Irish, these early Norman, if you want to call it for want of a better term, the 13th century buildings, they really celebrate sculpture. And at Cork and Row, if any of you are down visiting the burn, do go in, and it's free, you can just wander in, and have a look close to the altar. There are these capitals, so the base of an arch, that are carved with different flowers. Now, you might say, so what, you see those everywhere, but actually you don't. At this time, in Paris, they're just beginning to study botany seriously as an academic subject, and to actually draw, if you like, academically correct, you know, looking at stamens and all the petals and different parts of the flowers. So at Cork and Row, the sculptors are incredibly precocious. And what they've done is they have actually carved plants which we assume were being grown around the monastery. And this has been studied by Charles Nelson of the Botany Department in Trinity, who's fairly happy with his identifications of the lily of the valley at the top, lily of the valley associated with the Virgin Mary, who is the patron, the Cistercian order, really. Most of the churches are dedicated to her. But not native to Ireland, so probably brought in to be grown in the garden. And again, it was particularly associated with the celebration of Pentecost or Whitsun, so because that's when it's flowering and the beautiful perfume. Foxgloves are all very familiar with. They seem to have been here by that time, although we're not sure if they're actually indigenous to Ireland. But some of you may be familiar with the Latin term digitalis, which is used, I think, for heart conditions now. So it basically has medicinal properties. It's also very poisonous if you sit down and munch on a bunch of it. And then underneath that, deadly nightshade and the little, to the right of the image, the little seed pod, opium poppy. And again, I don't think I need to explain what opium poppy is used for, but it was one of the few anesthetics available at the time. So basically what we're seeing here is a bit of history of medicine in Ireland, courtesy of the O'Briens. What was growing in the Physic Garden, because a lot of these monasteries functioned as hospitals as well, places of pilgrimage. Further north, we also see another Gaelic clan as the Anglo-Normans are encroaching on Connacht. We see the O'Connors building, commissioning new monasteries as well. And again, substantial size, very beautifully built. So what we have is the foundation. The earliest of the foundations is Cistercian as well, founded by Cathal Crovdearg O'Connor, then Ballintubber, also founded by Cathal Crovdearg, and then Cong Abbey in Mayo, either by Cathal Crovdearg or probably more likely his half-brother Rory, because his family are all buried there. And again, you have beautiful sculpture at all of these monasteries, but they are built very much as a reaction to the Anglo-Normans pushing in. And what's particularly interesting at Abbey Knockmoy is the sculpture I'm showing you here, assumed to be the patron, Cathal Crovdearg, wearing a crown. Now again, the crown was not part of the Gaelic regalia. A Gaelic clan chief did not wear a crown. That was European in style. But what we begin to see happening in the 13th century is not necessarily a mimicry, but we begin to see some of the iconography of kingship, of European kingship, sneaking into the Irish visual vocabulary, if you like. So, for example, at Corcomroe, there's an O'Brien tomb from the late 13th century, where the figure is wearing a crown, and you can just see to the left of him, he's got a scepter. So it's actually a bit like the top of that cross, but it hasn't got the quillions of the sword. It hasn't got the quillions of the sword, and he's grasping his cloak. Similarly, then Phelim O'Connor in Roscommon Priory, again grasping his cloak, may have had a crown, but as you can see, the head has been defaced. Also, just look at the O'Connor seal. This is the seal of Phelim, and he's on horseback, bearing a sword. That is a standard, actually English regal iconography. Wasn't known in Ireland before this. And the legend around the seal reads Phelim Rex, or King of Connacht. He's actually calling himself Rex. So basically they're identifying themselves as on a par with the European leaders, even though by this time the O'Connors had a relatively small territory. So just to show you this, these are roughly contemporary tombs in Saint-Denis in Paris, made very much posthumously. It was basically to create a necropolis of French royalty. So all of the Merovingians, Capetians, Carolingians had been buried there. But this is the typical way. You're shown with a crown and you're shown grasping your cloak. And again, another image here of King Arthur on the right-hand side, holding his scepter with his crown. So the Irish are sort of joining in on this. If you can't beat them, join them. But it's very much a statement about how we see ourselves as your equal. So, we need to be spoken to in the same way. Now, what's interesting when we start to look at regalia, and it's wonderful to see the regalia that you have in the clans of Ireland, is this idea of, how do you bring across your status, for example, as a clan chief? And very importantly, I've touched already on territory, that when we come to the late 14th century and into the 15th century, as the Anglo-Normans gradually lose their grip over much of the country, except for the eastern part, and in particular the Pale, how do the older clans who lost their territory to the Anglo-Normans prove where their territory was? Land deeds were something that were brought in by the Anglo-Normans, and they didn't occur in Brehon law. So how do you prove that you are the clan chief and that you can lay claim to a particular territory? Well, one of the ways was through the possession of relics, perhaps of a saint associated with a particular territory. So, for example, the O'Donnells of Tyrconnell very much associated himself with St. Columcille or St. Columba. So St. Columcille's Tír Conall, that was the land of Conall, and Columcille was a member of that wider clan. So the O'Donnells basically claimed, if you like, collateral relations with the saint. So his territory then became their territory. And the way to prove this often was through the possession of a relic, so something that was associated directly with a saint. So for the Kavanagh family, the MacMurrough Kavanaghs, for example, the kings of Leinster, what Art MacMurrough Kavanagh did when he was particularly battling against Richard II at a very tumultuous time in southern Leinster, was he managed to procure the Book of Mulling, a manuscript that is now preserved in Trinity College, and he created a new reliquary shrine for it. And the reliquary shrine, you can literally go around the corner and see on display, together with the horn, I'll talk about in a minute, in the National Museum. But there's this huge crystal on the front. And the idea of a crystal on a reliquary is that it's a metaphorical window to see into the relic. It has to be protected. And crystals believed to have magical qualities as well. But rather than giving you a window onto the manuscript, the inscription, which you may just be able to see underneath, basically is saying, Art MacMurrough Kavanagh is King of Leinster, using the word Rex again. This was a hereditary object. It was passed down through various members of the Kavanagh clan, together with this horn, which is an elephant horn, probably going back to the 12th century, but that was recovered in the 15th. And we have a documentary evidence from the 17th century to say whichever Kavanagh owned this horn and a particular chair, he was the chief of the clan. So these objects we now tend to think of as just sort of relics of saints, but they were very politically charged as well. And you know, the patronage of art and architecture is very much tied into clan politics. Another, and I think you've already been hearing a little bit about Iwuine in East Galway, another clan very interested in using art and architecture to elevate status. For example, in the commissioning of this wonderful manuscript, which is now in the Royal Irish Academy, again, just down the road in Dawson Street. And basically the idea of these manuscripts, they're typically historical miscellanies. So they include things like genealogies, very important, often forged genealogies, but very important to lay claim, if you like, to the rights that you had. But also an interest in the classics. You have stories often related to kingship, biblical stories, poems, also things like Din Shankas, or the lore of landscape, which again sometimes tied into this idea of territorial rights. But what's fascinating about them is, and there's a collection, gosh, maybe about 700 or 800 of these manuscripts still surviving from the 14th up to the 17th century, is the style. You'd be forgiven for thinking that you're looking at a slightly less accomplished Book of Kells, because they're looking back to a much earlier style in writing. And this is very deliberate. It's like, in a way, I say to the students, when you get your degree, it's written in Gothic script, because age gives it sanction. You know, if you go to a 400-year-old university, that says something that we're still here. It's the same idea. These were almost... they weren't deliberate forgeries, but it was to give it, you know, authority and sanction. And I'm just showing you a comparison, the Book of Iwuine, late 14th century, compared to a 12th century book. You can barely tell the difference. So these are being written in an antiquated but very national style. This is immediately what we say, oh, that looks Irish, or that looks Gaelic. It was happening in Scotland, Gaelic Scotland at the same time as well. So this particular manuscript was commissioned by one of the O'Kellys, who at the time was Archbishop of Tuam. And it's said that, and again, I stand to be correct because I know there's an expert in the audience, it was said that really by the 15th and into the 16th century, the O'Kellys had as many as 80 tower houses scattered around their territory. But again, going back to this idea of church building and church patronage, Abbey Knockmoy was already on the boundary of part of their territory. So rather than going and demolishing it because it was an O'Connor foundation, what do they do? Well, one of the key ways to display, if you like, your patronage of a monastery or an abbey or a friary was to have a very prominent founder's tomb. So what the O'Kelly do in the form of Mel Shocknall O'Kelly is he commissions a new tomb in Abbeynockmoy. I'm guessing he decommissions an O'Connor one that would have been there already. But the style of it is really peculiar. Unfortunately, it was disassembled in 1853 and brought to Dublin to be displayed at the Great Exhibition. And when it was brought back, bits of it were purloined for a local country house. So there were bits of it in a walled garden close by to Abbeynockmoy. But we know it was made for Mel Shocknall and his wife, Finola, who was an O'Connor, because there was an inscription on it. A very rare example of an inscription, Os Gaeilge, on a tomb. In fact, it's the only one I know of from the 15th century. So he's making a statement of Gaelicness, but also in the decoration, you can see these funny zigzags. I've got an arrow there at the top right. That is something of the 12th century. It's a design of the 12th century known as chevron ornament. I'm showing you a little 12th century example down there in the Nuns' Church. Also the little beast headstock, very 12th century. So basically what the O'Kellys were trying to do was to say, sure, we've always been here. Our name is on this tomb, and look, it's really old-fashioned looking. So it's an ancestral tomb, basically. And they also commissioned wall paintings for all around it, which are still sort of surviving, but not in great condition at this stage. Another very famous aspect of the O'Kellys, and I mentioned potentially up to 80 tower houses, very, I think, appropriate for today, the very famous gathering of poets that is not only recorded in the annals, but also is recorded in the Book of Iwinne in a poem dedicated to William Bui or William Blonde O'Kelly, who we're told in 1351 held a great hosting, a feast for all of the poets of Ireland and Scotland in one of his castles. And it's often been identified with this one, with Gaelic Castle. Now, we're very familiar with this type of architecture, if you can call it that, because only the corner still survives. But everywhere you go in Ireland, it's dotted with the remains of these tower houses. It's thought there are around 3,000 still standing, and many more that are hidden within later buildings or that have since collapsed. But what we don't get a sense of when we look at these really magisterial buildings is what they looked like originally. And that's very important because we tend to think of them as being just these grey, very plain, very military style buildings, but that's actually not the case. And I don't expect you to read, I hate when you get lots of text on a PowerPoint, but I've highlighted a few things because the poem describes in great detail how William built a new castle. He also built roads, which the poet compares to lines of text, beautiful straight roads, where he erected circular houses with woven out of wattle and then rendered that all the poets could stay in. And depending what rank of poet you were, it depended what street of houses you were put up in. And then describes the castle, and it talks about the closest, the joining of the timber, lime-washed stone. Then talks about artistic ironwork on the shining timber, so decorative ironwork and carved oak beams. And we have lots of these carved animals on the beams, all of which is carving we have left from the medieval period is in Limerick Cathedral in St. Mary's, I think probably commissioned by Bishop O'Dea. I think I heard it. So there's a shout out for you. But it brings home the fact that often these tower houses, they weren't just the tower. They were also a great banqueting hall attached. All of these have now disappeared. So we have to kind of reimagine in our heads what these would have looked like. And only very recently, in the last 20 years or so, has there been a more thorough attempt to try and document, for example, wall paintings that survive in tower houses. So this is an example from Ballyportry Castle near Corofin in County Clare of an archbishop blessing, and beside a window, and on the other side of the window is St. Sebastian, who is the patron saint guarding against plague. So we assume that's why the paintings are there. You can actually hire this castle. It's a holiday let. Too expensive for me, but it looks amazing. So you can look that up online. Also, the O'Shaughnessy Tower House near Gort at Ardmullivan, where an incredible programme of wall paintings survive in the great feasting hall at the top of the tower house. Very Basically, they'd been covered in algae, and one of the architects who was looking after it was waiting for somebody to arrive one day, and these eyes peered back out at him. And then conservation was subsequently done. They're scenes from the Passion of Christ, which you might think is unusual for a secular building, but the secular and the sacred were very much intertwined in the medieval period. So sticking with the O'Kellys very briefly, also founded religious buildings here, Kilconnell Franciscan Friary, and took over the patronage at Clontuscut Priory as well. So again, they have the territory that they're gaining, and also importantly, they leave their stamp by creating new tombs. And we begin to get this lovely tomb sculpture, one of the few things that survives in terms of art in these buildings. And although, for example, this tomb at Kilconnell, we don't know who's buried in it. We assume it's one of the O'Kellys because there was a succession of O'Kelly priors. Again, keeping an eye out for O'Kelly interests in the territory. But we do know something about them because they have chosen very particular saints to decorate the actual tomb itself. One of these that I'm showing you enlarged is St. James Major, and he's shown as a pilgrim. He's got his pilgrim staff, pilgrim hat, and you may just be able to work out the scallop shell, and he's got a pilgrim satchel with a scallop shell. So this is a symbol to say that whoever is interred there had been on pilgrimage to Santiago de Compostela. This is someone who's come back from Spain and wants to be remembered in death for his piety. Now, I've mentioned tower houses as being decorated and very beautiful. Obviously, they were also used for defence. And this is just an excuse to show some beautiful photos of the west of Ireland, but it's also very important. These are the O'Malley, some of the O'Malley tower houses dotted around Clew Bay. Clew Bay, a very important place on the west coast of Ireland because it was sheltered. So if you imagine ships coming up the western coast of Ireland in the weather that we've just recently had, you need somewhere to go in and get a bit of protection. But the O'Malley's obviously famous for Granuaile, the pirates, but they also obviously had important interests in terms of the land, inland, and using natural resources there, but also particularly in fish and trading in fish. So to protect this, you have much more austere, actually, tower houses. And when you look particularly at the size of the windows, you see, yes, these are actually much more defensive. You would think by the time you get to the upper level, where in the west of Ireland, you tend to have the hall at the top level and the chimney going right out the roof. In Leinster, it tends to be a bit lower down. But even there, they don't have big windows. So they must have been incredibly dark and chilly. So very utilitarian in this instance, but defending their rights. And again, we tend to think of tower house castles in that way. But we should also be thinking about some of the friary buildings, the church buildings that were founded by these families as also having multiple functions. It's not just about prayer and burial. So the O'Malleys also found Murrisk Friary, just at the foot of Croagh Patrick, which is there in the background. I do know actually this was used as somewhere where pilgrims would come and stay when they were doing the pilgrimage all those years ago. But it meant that the O'Malleys probably had a hand in charging pilgrims, and nothing is for free in this life. So might have actually made some income out of that. And then across Clew Bay on the other side, Burrashul Priory, which looks quite modest. It is quite a small priory. And certainly although it was a foundation of the de Burgos or the Burkes, we know that by the late 15th and into the 16th century, the O'Malleys had an interest in it. This chalice still survives. Oh, I forgot, Gráinne's name is O'Malley. So she married Thomas de Burgo. And on the foot of that chalice, made in 1497, probably in Galway, the celebrant was lifting it at Mass. What did he see but the names of the patrons? So that was not left to accident. But the reason I'm showing you these two, in particular Burrashul, is to bring home this idea that it's not just about piety, and these buildings had multiple functions. So when, after the Reformation and when Connacht was being attempted to be replanted by Queen Elizabeth I, Sir Nicholas Malby, president of Connacht, described Burrashul. He talks about, it's based in a little inlet on Clew Harbour. A ship of 500 tons could stay there at low tide. In the hinterland, it was full of great timber, marble, other commodities, and a great store of good ground, arable and pasture. There was an iron mine, an abundance of wood in every way. 50 English ships came to fish there. And then in green, I've highlighted, they have been before this time compelled to pay a great tribute to the O'Malleys. So what's happening here is that they're getting the Dominican friars, in this case, almost to manage their financial interests along this coast where it would have been very easy to have smugglers and so on. And we see this right around the coast of Ireland. So for example, I know there's an O'Donnell of Tyrconnell. The O'Donnells did the exact same thing at Donegal. They build their castle, they build a friary, and the friars manage the fishing out of Donegal. And then both O'Donnell castles and friaries all the way, and also then their affiliated families, the McSweeneys, for example, all around the coast to keep an eye basically on what's going on. So when we visit some of these very beautiful, ruins in the landscape, somewhere like Moyne Friary in Mayo, just outside Killala, you pull up, there isn't a car park. It's one of those wonderful unspoiled sites. You get to the gate and it says, beware of the bull. So you have to be very brave, but it's worth it. And you walk across the fields with a stick. And here is this perfectly preserved friary. If you put a roof on it, it would be fully functional. It is an incredible structure. There's nothing around it, though. There's no castle. There's no village. It's only about maybe 3 miles from Killala, which was a diocesan centre. And it was run by the live off begging for alms, of providing. So why is it there? Well, this is an aerial shot, and you'll have to take my word for it, but my red circle is Moyne. Why I'm showing you this from so far up, there's an island there, Bartra Island. I'll use my cursor there. And this is basically the Moy estuary, and then you're in the Atlantic. So this is wonderfully sheltered. You come in either through Killala Harbour or actually, if you're coming up through the Moy. And, you know, it's very, very sheltered. And again, just honing in on it, you can still see the precinct wall that survives all of the way around it. And when we go into the friary, on the left-hand side, I hope you can make that out, scratched into the medieval plaster is an image of a ship. And then you start staring at the wall, ideally when the sun is out, because you can't see a thing when it's raining, and you begin to see more ships appearing. And for a long time, people said, oh, this must be the guidelines for a painter. Maybe they had a painting of ships all on, it's on the west wall as you're exiting the church, basically. But that's probably not the case. What these are what's known as an ex voto. And they're very common in medieval churches, particularly around port towns. You sometimes find them in castles, actually, as well. I'm showing you here graffiti of ships at Rochester Cathedral in Kent, again, and obviously another big port town. And the idea was that merchants would come and pray, maybe once they docked. They would pray thanksgiving for having got there safely, but also when they left, they would pray at a particular altar, often dedicated to St. Nicholas, who is the patron saint of merchants, maybe St. Christopher, patron saint of travellers. But rather than, as we might do today, lighting a candle, well, they probably did that too, but they would actually scratch in an image of their ship. And this is actually quite common. So it brings home just the fact Moyne was being used by sailors, by merchants. And then we look at some Galway wills from the late 16th, early 17th century, and we find Galway merchants bequeathing money to Moyne, which was a Burke foundation. And it's clearly being used as a place of safe harbour, but also from the 17th century, we do have references to salt panning. And that suggests maybe they're also engaged in, for example, you've got a big land of fish, what are you going to do with it? You need to bring it in, you need to preserve it. So the friars are helping with that as well, presumably then passing on a payment to their Burke patrons. And then just to finish off, as was very astutely mentioned at the start of the lecture, it's also thought that the Burkes, the friars, we know that there was a school, there was a novitiate for Franciscans at Moyne, and even after the Reformation, a provincial of the Franciscans visited Moyne. And he tells us that the friars had been allowed to stay, though an English widow was now living there. Now, it's clear that there was a school there and that there would have been very accomplished scribes there. So the script was commissioned by the Burke family, who had a long association around 1570. So this is post-Reformation. And it seems to have been made at Moyne Friary. And essentially what it is, it's a genealogy dated to about 1570. But it goes back to the theme I started with, this, not quite if you can't beat them, join them, but bringing across the idea that you are on a par with royalty from elsewhere. Because what MacWilliam Burkes do is they commission this beautiful illuminated manuscript, lots on the genealogy, and then it has a series of 4 images from the Passion of Christ. I'm showing you one here, Christ carrying the cross. The reason I've got a woodblock print beside it of Albrecht Dürer is because clearly printed exemplars, and of course they're supporting art. Now, post-Reformation, remember, and images of the Passion, very Catholic in their nature. Then you have a whole of the descendants. So it's commissioned by horse, and then you have another 13 Burkes going right back to the 12th century in beautiful, bright colours. Half of the manuscript is written in Irish. And I'm showing you one of the pages here. But another part of it is written in Latin. So it's intended for 2 different audiences. As Gaelic, it's obvious enough, it's for a local audience. But the Latin one pains to go into a rather obscure and forged line of Burke ancestry that claims that they are cousins of Queen Elizabeth I. So on the one hand, they're keeping their foot very firmly in Roman Catholicism with these images of the Passion, but on the other, it's like, okay, well, we'll just cozy up to the Queen a little bit as well. So again, it's this sort of dual idea of kingship, but ultimately these clans saw themselves very much on the same level as the great rulers of Britain and indeed the continent. So I will leave it there, and Luke, look forward to having a more chat. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for that really insightful talk and sort of, I suppose, in some ways general, but also digging down. And I'm very pleased that you've mentioned some of the foundations associated with some individuals here from the clans of Ireland. So I'm sure that went down quite well.
Yeah, and I didn't know who was going to be here. I'm sorry. I was trying to make a mental note when you were all coming up.
So we do apologise for any omissions in advance.
And I'm
as well.
happy if you have questions about your own clan. I'll try. Don't put me too much on the spot, but I'll do my best.
Indeed. So thank you very much for that. Perhaps a few aspects to pick up on initially, and then perhaps we can open it out a bit wider for questions from the floor and indeed questions online as well. So I'm quite interested, and this is going a little bit beyond the presentation today, but I'll be curious your remarks. I'm quite interested in the social differentiation of late medieval Gaelic lordships. So in particular, things such as material culture of the learned and of the ruling elite, as well as the church and other privileged groups, the Fili, the Shenachie, and other ones. So aside from the obvious examples of tower houses, which were residences of the sort of landowning Gaelic elite, if we go 1 or 2 layers below that, what is a type of material culture, i.e. architecture, but other things like the corbs or the erknaks, which held missal shrines, for example. But what else is there? What is the evidence for it?
So this is one of the problems that the average dwelling would have been made from ephemeral materials, depending on the region. And I mean, actually, I say that, I was about to say that they've all gone. I suspect they haven't all gone and that they're hiding in plain sight in some cases. I mentioned the poem about O'Kelly and the gathering of poets. And it actually talks about the smaller houses being made of wattle, so woven rods. And we know that there was woodland management, that, wattle and daub continue to be used. And indeed, from some of the maps, the earliest maps that are made in Plantation Ulster, we can see a type of house called a crete, which is essentially like a giant upside-down basket. And this was something that actually you could, if you were, for example, bullying, if you were moving around with cattle herds, you could actually either, I suspect, bring them with you, or you just put up another one. So that would have been, I suppose, the lower orders of society, if you like, but also, crock-built houses. So we might be familiar, particularly, I don't know, somewhere like Germany, France, even parts of England still, where you'd still see timber beams, like typical Tudor, half timber buildings. We know that was the type of building, for example, in Dublin City that everybody lived in. Also, actually right along the East Coast, because there isn't a good supply of easily quarried stone. When you go further west, you had urban tower houses. So any of you familiar with Galway City, you can, if you look hard enough at some of the horrendous shop fronts, you'll see little bits of medieval still there. Yes. But I think in the countryside, it was whatever materials were available. So I think when you go to somewhere like Connemara, or I'd be very familiar with Sligo myself, and we renovated a cottage about 20 years ago and discovered, even though it was only a 3-bed one, it had been thatched, made just out of field sticks, no mortar, just mud. And it had a mummified cat, which had been placed over the door, which is a good luck symbol.
Indeed.
It's to keep the spirits out. They're 17th century. And I just wonder, that house might even have just been re-roofed then. Because actually, if you think about it, the vernacular housing hasn't changed. It really hasn't. So there may be some hiding in plain sight, but that's it.
Yeah, I think just to pick up on that point, that poem, which I think, if I remember rightly, is Fili Erin go Hinchak, all the poets of Ireland under one roof or in one house. It does talk about streets, if I remember, streets for musicians. It's sort of designated streets for musicians, streets for the Fili, the poets, streets for the Shenachie, the historians. But that seems to be a temporary arrangement. That was I suppose, a cru nouveau, a great gathering.
Yes.
But what you're referring to, though, is more, I suppose, sedentary, more longer-term habitations.
Day-to-day life, And I mean, again, it's very hard. But you do, say with some of the craft workers, masons in particular, when you're scouring some of the documents, there are a number of them who are innkeepers as well. And then you think, well, why are they doing that? It's seasonal. So again, they might have had a slightly bigger house where they're, or they run a pub, and then their wife runs it while they're at work and this kind of thing. But again, built from whatever materials are around. The tower houses are much more, it's about a statement of,
Just on that sort of, that aspect you touched on hospitality.
Yes.
So of course, in the annals, we have a lot of attestations to guest housing, again, often held by ecclesiastical or learned families. But also we see, and you referred to, I note, Corcomroe Abbey here. And when you park at Corcomroe Abbey, it's a fantastic site. And anybody here who hasn't been there, you need to go there. And as you park to the left-hand side, i.e. the south side of where the cloister was, there is a house, or a building, I should say, which has been variously interpreted. But my interpretation would be a guesting house, hospitalium, where we have the word obviously hospital from, but a place of hospitality and a guest house. Is there something in it about potentially looking at such remains where they're extant, often in ecclesiastical contexts? And would that be something that may have mapped across to secular learned families also holding guesting houses? Would they be similar in that sort of architectural style? Because I remember that one has a pointed Gothic doorway, maybe 15th century. It's a stone built, maybe over 2 levels. But I'll be curious to get your views.
Probably yes. The difficulty is, again, it's a subject of study that's actually, there's a recent book on learned families in the landscape, Liz Fitzpatrick, and she excavated the O'Davern, I think.
Culture Brock. Yeah, fantastic book, yes, indeed.
So again, long, rectangular building. But that's the problem. I mean, if we think, what are archaeologists going to make of places we live, in 500 years? It's very hard unless you actually find the material evidence to go with it. So they were working with vellum and inks, which don't tend to survive. So how can we prove that this was where particular activities took place?
Yes.
So it can be tricky. Also, I mean, I think with the guest houses attached to monasteries, certainly that was part of the Benedictine rule, which many of them adopted, that you have to give accommodation to travellers and so on. And that was part of the function of them. Whether it's merchants or just people traveling around the country. But a number of patrons also kept a private hall at a monastery, interestingly. So, for example, the Earls of Kildare had one on what is now Trinity at All Hallows. The Earls of Ormond had one in Clonmel Friary, known as the Earls' Hall. And it was something that if they had friends coming over, they'd literally stay. But the friars maintained it and then serviced it. So these buildings were multifunctional. But in terms, I mean, obviously there were scriptoria in some of the friaries. So the learned, so for example, at Kilcrea Friary, McCarthy Foundation.
Just out of Cork, west of Cork.
Yeah, Cork, yes, just outside of Cork.
Yes.
They built their castle and then they built Kilcrea.
Yes.
And Kilcrea produced a number of very fine illuminated manuscripts. There's one in Rouen in France, which is it's the story of the knight Sir John Mandeville, and it's traveling to far-flung places and so on. But we know that was made in the scriptorium at Kilcrea, and it's a very well lit space. So we can tell from things like windows, but it's very hard otherwise to reconstruct without a lot of expensive archaeology. And that's the other problem, that in Ireland archaeology tends to be development driven rather than research driven. So if you're building a motorway, grand, you can excavate it all. But if you're just curious, it costs a lot of money. So yeah.
Thank you for that. So you've touched on the sort of Gaelic elite, and through the presentation, the Iconachar or the O'Connors of Connacht, the Ivrian of Thomond and elsewhere. So if we go down just perhaps one level, and often I think it's somewhat ignored or sort of passed over in analysis, but quite importantly, there's these other lordships, which there was a real proliferation, particularly I think in the 15th century, of tower house development. Our next speaker, Rishtad O'Croneen, who's in the audience here, will probably touch on elements of this. But if we took, for example, East Clare, I think, and also similarly, you mentioned the lordship of Ivana as well, the O'Callaghes. But in East Clare in particular, we have the Macconmara, the McNamaras, which over the 15th century, according to the antiquary Westrop, constructed over 60 tower houses in a fairly tight-knit lordship. And are we seeing evidence of that elsewhere? And what potential in other lordships, but what potentially would be the drivers for that?
There is an uneven distribution of tower houses. So as you say, East Clare, Limerick, full of them.
Absolutely,
sort of Desmond, extended Desmond territory. Also the Earls of Ormond in Tipperary, Kilkenny. And we don't know for sure, but the part of the thinking is that you only really start to build tower houses when you know that you're secure. So it's, let's say you buy a plot of land and you're hoping to God you'll get the planning permission, but you don't start building until you get the planning permission and you know the land is yours. And there's, we tend to think of them as defensive buildings and therefore being built, to ward off. But actually, they're probably a symbol of a better economy, because there is better economic stability in a particular area. So one of the theories about that kind of distribution pattern is tied into the larger earldoms of the time of Desmond and Ormond, and I suppose the cadet branches, and then all of the other families that are living there, where they say, okay, these guys have it under control. We're good. We can kind of establish ourselves here and work in that way. And similarly with the O'Donnells, actually in Tyrconnell, with the McAwards, the Sweeneys, so on. And they then start to build their tower houses into smaller bits of patronage, but often patronage that copies the I suppose the higher up lords as well. So we get this flourishing of the making of reliquary shrines in Ulster in the 15th and 16th century, nowhere else, but it's following the lead of the O'Donnells, who have the Cathach, and then suddenly you get other families, enshrining relics at the time. So it's very interesting. Yeah.
So I think that interrelationship, if we may term it, between the Gaelic elite and also the church, and you touched on the Franciscan friaries, and I think the expansion, particularly the observant Franciscans. The Franciscans come to Ireland in the 13th century. I think one example will be Ennis Friary from maybe 1240 or something like that. It was founded. And then by the 15th century, you see a real expansion and this nexus, this close relationship between the Gaelic elite. So often where you find a tower house, you find, or a center of a lordship, you find a Franciscan friary as well. You might speak to that a little bit as well, please.
That is a really interesting thing because it happens nowhere else in Europe, just here. Typically, Dominicans, the mendicant orders, Dominican Franciscans, Augustinians, Carmelites, were all mainly established in countries by the end of the 13th century. You had a few later foundations. And typically in Ireland, actually, when they're first introduced, they are introduced as part of the social control of colonialism. The rule is they have to be staffed by English friars. We tend to think of them as friendly Gaelic, but they were English friars. And again, you'd have the great Norman castle and then the friar. So any of the new towns, if you think, say, of Sligo, for example, which is an Anglo-Norman town, you have the Fitzgerald Castle at one end of the town and the friary at the other. So it's looking down on the townspeople. With the Gaelic resurgence, let's call it that, in the late 14th into the 15th century, they used the same strategy, but we're not quite sure whether the intention was you build your tower house, you build your friary, and then they will come and you'd have a settlement between the two, because it's this curious thing, we have rural friaries. And that's an anomaly because the whole point of them is that they're providing pastoral care, they're preaching, they're providing infirmaries, hostelries, all this kind of thing, and yet they're in the middle of nowhere. So I think it's more down to trade, which is, what I was saying earlier. It's exerting social control in a slightly different way because they're flexible, they have these huge buildings and they're providing multiple functions. I should say that Ennis, because Brian is in the front row, is one of the few early foundations by Gaelic lord, rather than most of the early ones are all Anglo-Norman.
Yes.
And Ennis, I think the town did follow, didn't it? I mean, the friary was established, and that's very unusual. It's typically, the town is there and you're putting one at either end.
I think, and we were speaking prior to the lecture here, Quinn Friary is a very interesting example whereby, founded by the McNamaras, to go back to that sort of East Clare lordship in 1402, I think Sheeda McNamara was the founder. And according to the annals, for a mausoleum for his family, prior to that, the McNamaras being buried next to the Ivry and the O'Briens in Ennis. But what's interesting with that friary is in the 1586 Inquisition of Sean McNamara Fionn, it mentions the various lands and 22 tenements next to, which is actually in the adjacent field of, Quinn Friary itself. And if one just does a simple Google search and looks down on Google Satellite, one can see the sort of remains, the foundation of all these structures in the field just adjacent to the friary. So I think, to your earlier point, sort of almost proto-urban development.
That's right.
Next to the friary.
And sometimes there is evidence of that. I mean, we did some geophysical surveying at Moyne because I was sure there had to be a town there. Nothing. Not a thing. Now, maybe that's because, they were using wattle, they were using earth, and this is the problem. You just don't know.
Organic materials which don't show.
But it should have been a bustling harbour, and there's no sign of it whatsoever. So it's interesting. But Quinn, again, if you haven't been, go. It's a fantastic site. And it's really interesting. This idea, I think, which I love about Irish architecture, of the palimpsest, where you layer, there's one layer over another. Like I was mentioning in Galway, if you stare at the ugly shop front long enough, you'll see a little medieval face peeking out at you. At Quinn, absolutely right, when the friary was founded, it was actually founded on the site of an earlier castle, an Anglo-Norman castle, which possibly had never been finished. And it's bang on the footprint. It's amazing. So when you look at the plan, it's got these strange corner towers that belong to the earlier castle. And it's almost like, saying, ha, we own this now, and plonking their friary down on top of it.
I think
It's
absolutely.
brilliant.
I mean, it's all about, I think, as I would term it, McNamara bling. It's a huge foundation for these observant Franciscans. Enormous foundation, and indeed I think very symbolic that it's founded on the ruins of Thomas de Clare's castle, and during that period of resurgence. Is that something, when we're looking at just more generally art and architecture in Gaelic Ireland, should we be looking at it through the prism of status through the prism of Gaelic resurgence of the
Yeah.
late 14th, 15th century.
Yeah.
Would that be one way to
I
interpret
think
this?
so, and I think a lot of it is status driven. I mean, human nature doesn't change that much. Nouveau riche, you know, if you're up and coming, you
Yes.
want the bling. But I think what's very interesting is the idea of identity that you touched on there, because earlier when you were asking about, you know, what might we have seen, let's say, in a banqueting hall or what kind of decoration, I've recently been doing some work on the links between Gaelic Scotland and Ireland with a colleague in Edinburgh. And what's very interesting is we have what has been termed Gaelic revival. So when I was showing you, for example, that wonderful manuscript of the O'Kellys, the Book of Yvonne, in this kind of Book of Kelsey style almost, that is something that you only find associated with very particular objects. So you find it with these hereditary status objects. So hereditary manuscripts, which is what these were commissioned to be, reliquary shrines. Where else do you get it? Armor. More of them surviving in Scotland, but a targe, which is the Highland shield. Stamped leather, they typically have interlaced designs on them. Also the dirge, which is a typical Gaelic dagger, they also have. And in Scotland, I'm sure they must have been here as well, whalebone caskets. We don't know what they were used for, but they are featured on some of the tomb effigies. So they were clearly a status symbol of lairds and probably lords here as new landed gentry. And these are the symbols of, and actually also in dress, they revive the ancient dress. So Art McMurrough Kavanagh, there's a famous French illustration of him.
Yes, I know it, yes.
Bare feet with gold spurs on your ankles.
But is that not just a literary version, or do you think that actually had a real manifestation?
Because we have accounts of they revived the ancient inauguration ceremonies using relics as part of the inauguration. And there are accounts, so Catherine Sims has done a lot of work on this, of accounts of they actually adopted this dress. So no stirrups on the horses and this very bizarre and short, whatever, I can't remember the term for it, but not, you know, quite, they're above the knee, basically.
I think if I remember correctly, she quotes, was it not a Hungarian knight who visits Loch Derg on pilgrimage in about 1397?
Which may be slightly propagandist, but nonetheless, you know, there are...
But he makes these observations himself
as
regards the e-nail.
Yeah.
So one last question, and we might then take a question or two from the audience, but it's really to your point about Gaelic Scotland. I was going to say, in terms of built heritage of Gaelic Ireland, what can we learn from Gaelic Scotland? And I have in my mind, there's quite a few kindreds who migrate from Scotland to Ireland, and some who go from Ireland to Scotland indeed. But if we look at the ones from Gaelic Scotland to Ireland, probably one of the best known perhaps is the McSwivna or the McSweeney's. And of course we have Castle Sween, where they're meant to hail from, in Argyll in southwest Scotland. And then they sort of proliferate themselves down the western seaboard of Ireland, and we have various castles constructed by the McSweeney's. So if we look at those types of kindreds who have roots in Gaelic Scotland, is there any kind of congruence between the two?
In ways surprisingly little. Colin Breen has argued that there are commonalities in the design of the tower houses, but they're very subtle, and I don't think they're powerful enough to say definitively. The one thing that we do have, though, is a clear influence of the Highland school of sculpture. It's this very distinctive form of sculpture that you find in the Highlands and Islands that, again, is slightly revivalist. It has interlaced and often has effigies of gallows glasses, of galleons as well. And you see elements of that, say, at Doe Castle, one of the, again, one of the McSwivna castles. There is a tombstone there, very similar in style. Another one now in Killybegs, which is from Ballysaggart, which was, again, a foundation of theirs. And one at Cloncha, I think it's Cloncha, it's pronounced Cloncha, it's written in Donegal, which actually they think was shipped over from Scotland and used there. We don't know who's, well, it's dedicated to Magnus MacArston, which is clearly a Scot. However, we think it's been recycled and was possibly used for one of the Scots Gaelic families or there. But other than that, Dungiven Priory, there's some evidence of influence coming from Iona in the tomb sculpture.
O'Cahons, isn't
the
it?
O'Cahons, yes.
I know myself from walking around the graveyard of Kilmartin in Argyll. High crosses, but also there's a whole lot of that sort of Western sculpture, Galloglee or Galloglass individuals. And you do see some of that replicated perhaps in Ireland, but more from a sculptural perspective, as you said, rather than perhaps a built heritage like
again,
houses.
you know, things like we know harpists were going backwards and forwards, and actually harps are another thing that tends to have that Gaelic revival. There's so few of them that survive, but the Queen Mary harp in Scotland, very similar to the Brian Brew so-called harp in Trinity. So
Yeah.
again, I think it's the ephemeral things that was probably much greater parallel, but all we're left with is the stone a lot of the time.
And of course, we have bardic poetry in the manuscript.
Yes, of course,
yeah.
very, very similar. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so we might have time perhaps for one question. I know we're pushing up against the clock. Just down, Mr. O'Donnell down the back here.
Thank you very much for mentioning the Donegal connections.
I had to when I heard your name.
Just a quick comment and then a small query.
Yeah.
This is the 550th anniversary of the erection of Donegal Castle and of the foundation of Donegal Abbey by Éire the First, Hugh the First, who passed away in 1505. And apparently, according to some Franciscan records, he and his wife, O'Connor Failey, who brought the Franciscans to Donegal, are buried in a crypt in Donegal Abbey. But I haven't found anything archaeologically about a crypt, and I'm wondering if that's something that you would know something about. And the second thing is just simply in parenthesis on that, the O'Donnells initially were based in Ballyshannon with a Cistercian abbey at Assaroe. And it was possibly when Éire built Donegal Castle and the foundation of the abbey there, that the patronage, the religious patronage switched to the Franciscans from the Cistercians. And then the query would be, have you looked into the question of ownership, with the system of ownership in this country, the estate and titles, etc., as a factor in the preservation of our historical monuments?
Yeah. Okay, I'll try and do those in order. So the crypt, undoubtedly that's where they're buried. I'd say there's no question. Founders were always, and that would have been built as a mausoleum for the O'Donnells. So they're there, but they'll be underground somewhere. There may be an actual crypt, but typically they're buried on the north side of the chancel. So if you're going to dig, that's where to go. The Assaroe, yeah, you're right. I think the Franciscan, it does switch, and they found numerous third order ones as well. And interestingly, if you look very closely at the shrine of the Cohach, which was their great relic, there's a tiny engraved figure of St. Francis, which I think helps to date when they actually encased it. So that's down on display actually in the museum. Then land ownership. That's a huge undertaking. And so I haven't in any great detail, but I think in terms of preservation, one of the things I think it's at the time of, obviously the 17th century is pivotal, and it's really down to what happens in the 17th century to a particular territory as to how well preserved. So if you look at Ulster, for example, very poor survival rates of medieval architecture because of the plantations, whereas in other parts of the country, even say Laois Offaly, the planters actually occupied the tower houses and they occupied the churches, so that helped to preserve them. So it's very regionally specific and often down to a family managing to hang on or not as to whether or not things are preserved. But by and large, it's the Gaelic areas where things survived the best, particularly the churches, because they continued and indeed still continue to be the burial places of the founder families. So there's a fabulous tradition there.
Yeah, indeed. I think there was one very quick, but just one question, please. Yes.
No, go ahead.
Or Keneela. Oh, okay. Yes.
Oh, right. Good one. It's more of a plug than a question, really. But on the general point about illuminated manuscripts and the things you were talking about yesterday, the continuity of Christian culture, but also this divergence as it appears in Ireland, innovation on it.
Yeah.
But particularly for people online. Thank you, Dr. Moss, for your talk. But Rachel Moss is listed as one of 2 academics in an online course by FutureLearn on the Book of Kells as illuminated manuscript. It's a 4-week course, 4 hours a week, and it's free. And it covers a lot of discussing about here today, and over 38,500 people have done that course, and I think it's a wonderful job you've done.
Google Kells course online and you'll find it.
Okay, I think we might wrap it up there. So thank you very much, Dr. Moss.
Just one quick. You mentioned the monks would typically be English. Were they English in the sense, or more Anglo-Norman?
Yeah. Okay, so originally, it depends on the founder. So obviously, Mellifont, they were French actually. They're coming over, but when the Anglo-Normans came, they used the religious orders part of the colonizing process. So there, they would actually be brought from whether it's Wales, but they had to be of English birth. When you ask, it's the subtle, I suppose. Obviously, in future generations, what would happen is they had to come from an English town. So, if you were born in Dublin, you were seen as being English, and that was okay. But if you're from the wilds of Kerry, no, you were Gaelic, so you couldn't. So that's how it worked. With the newer foundations, then they were Gaelic. So that kind of died out.
Great. With that, thank you very much.
Okay.
It's working?
Yeah.
Yes. I have a particular interest in the castle, and I found that the measurements of the castle are perfect meters. And this is a coincidence.
Right.
So do we have any insight of the measurement system they used? I suppose, depending from the architect or the regions.
Yeah.
I had an experience in France of having a compagnon, doing some woodwork, and his measurement system was his thumb.
Yeah.
He looked at things, measured with his thumb,
Yeah.
totally empirical.
Yeah.
So do we have any idea of the measurement system?
Very briefly, there is some evidence of us using the Carolingian foot in the earlier medieval period. When you're laying out a castle or a monastery, it's all done using the golden rule section. Thank you. I was about to say the golden legend, and I knew that wasn't right. Where you're basically using ropes, so you're using similar lengths. So it might just happen, but they do differ because they didn't all necessarily have standard rules.
Perfect.
Okay. Thank you very much. So after speaking about the history of Gaelic architecture, we will speak about the restoration of historical buildings, practical actions, and common issues. Luke, you're staying, I think, because this is your guest, right? Richard Ikronin, I'm sorry for the pronunciation. Is that good? Good.
Okay, so I think we might make a start. So our next speaker is Richard O'Cronin. So I've known Richard for quite a few years now, first meeting on the wet and rugged slopes of Slieve Cullen in West Clare through a field trip which I had arranged. So he is best known for his extensive knowledge of medieval buildings and his practical experience in surveying and restoring historical buildings. Richard has served for 20 years as county archaeologist and architectural conservation officer to the Clare County Council until his retirement in 2019, during which time he was instrumental in implementing heritage legislation in that county, among many other things. Richard was a founding member of the Association of Architectural Conservation Officers, in which he served twice as the chairperson for that. He has spent over 40 years in repairing and restoring late medieval tower houses and is a co-author of the Castles and Tower Houses of Clare, published by the National Monuments Service. Richard has published widely and lectured in numerous third-level colleges and universities on all aspects of Irish-built heritage. He has a particular interest in clan history, and upon completion of the restoration of Daiset O'D Castle in 1990, he authored the book O'D, The Story of a Rebel Clan. He also has a great grasp for the Irish language and continues to lecture and publish on related subjects, including, but notwithstanding, historical building repairs, the place names of Ireland, and local history more generally. So, I think we all agree, Richard is a man of many talents, a true Ildonach. And I suppose we could call him a Fear Erenach, Fila Agustari, Siha Cliha, August Oroni, August Mohara Ma. So, without any further ado, I would like to invite Richard to the lectern, please.
Go mí mai agat Luke. Itasach just bhfuil mo fearhuichas a gháile. Luke mac an arcinní agus garó de Kelly a thugann cuiread am chartan seánniu agus Lord ar an ábhar cudramach seo atá as a gróir. I'd like to thank Luke and Garrod for the invitation to come and speak today. Nobody has showed me how to change slides. I presume I just press a button here somewhere. That one? Oh, that one? That one down there. Okay. Yeah. Excellent. Okay. Now, as Lucas said, it's very hard to follow an introduction like that. But as Lucas said, I've spent 40 years or more in the repair and conservation and restoration of medieval buildings, including tower houses, from North Donegal, Carrigabrahe to Clare and Limerick and Tipperary, but mostly in County Clare. The picture up in front of us here is my first connection with you might say, the clans of Ireland. This is Daiset O'D Castle as it was in 1970. And I was asked by Mr. John O'Day of Wisconsin, who was the owner, to carry out some repairs. And after a year's work, I realized we were going absolutely nowhere, and it would take generations to repair this house. So I thought of another plan. I went back to John and I said to him, if you give us the tower house for 30 years at £1 a year, we'll restore it. And by us, I meant the local community in Dysart and Corofin. So he agreed to that. We formed committees, we got everyone on board, and we tore into the job. We also applied for planning permission, of course. And we started on St. Stephen's Day, 1986. And we opened the doors to the public in July 1987. After repairing the house and putting 2 stories onto the top of it, we had only 2 tradesmen. All the rest were volunteers. And we couldn't even afford scaffolding, so we worked from the inside out. And as I say, that was my first introduction to the O'Days and the O'Day clan. Now, they're represented here by Shane, who is the present Taoiseach or chieftain of the O'Days. While I was working on the tower house, I gathered notes
about the history and all information I could about the ODs and their tower house. And I then wrote the book OD Story of a Rebel Clan, which ran to 2 printings. And then I decided to get people to visit their house, we'd set up the OD clan, which we did in 1990. And we had the first OD clan gathering. There was no internet at the time. We had to borrow telephone directories off all the various embassies around the world and write to people and put stamps on the letters and send them out. But we had 280 people at the first OD clan gathering. And we did it every 3 years since. After about 12 years, it burned me out. So I handed over to Shane's cousin, James O'D, who was living in Clontarf, and he ran it for another 6 events, I think, and burned him out. So it's up to Shane now and his friends to carry on as long as they can. But it's been very successful. It's been very successful. And as I say, there's nothing that any clan can't do. What you need is enthusiasm and as little knowledge as possible. But anyway, I'll move on from that. So that was our tower house in 1970. And this is our tower house in 1990. So as you can see, where the 2 windows are there in front, about 2/3 of the way up, we had to start there and we had to put 2 stories onto the top and then fit it out. And the building beside it is the banquet hall. And most tower houses had a banquet hall and a barn. A barn would be a high wall, about 22 to 25 feet high, running around the complex, taking in about half an acre. And various other buildings. You can't see it in the photograph there, but on the left-hand side is a very large, the remains of a very large house, which was originally the bakery. And all these were inside the barn. This is one of the happiest days. It was one of our clan gatherings. I think it probably 2018, maybe, or a bit earlier. And we have the OD flag flying above the house on top there. Now, the O'Days only built 4 tower houses, whereas a lot of the other clans were much wealthier. You had the O'Loughlin's with 17, the McMahons at 14, the O'Connors at about 20, the O'Briens, who were Kings of Thomond, had 47, and the McNamaras, who were their accountants, had 82, including Bunratty. There's just a drawing that I did one time of a tower house, and really a lot of people get frightened when they're thinking of repairing or restoring medieval buildings. It shouldn't frighten you. They're small houses. They're very tall, but they're very small. And basically the plan of a tower house is not greater than a lot of people's sitting room at home, and that's what you're roofing. And you will get ridiculous quotes from builders. But really, to look into it, I remember at the time when I started the first contract of O'Day's house, and I costed the job, I went down to the nails, and I costed the job at 39,000 to restore the house. Now, we restored it, we fitted it out with the furniture for 46,000. So we didn't go too far. Now, of course, you can't do that today, but you'd still repair a tower house. And of course, we used an awful lot of volunteers and voluntary work. You still restore a tower house for the same price as building your average modern bungalow. Drawings, of course, came into it a lot, and I always loved drawings. And when you're showing the powers that be what you intend to do, they do expect you to draw a lot of things. I'm working through the slides here. I have no idea what's going to come up next. But anyway, yes. Now, of course, the first thing you need is money. You have to gather that from various people or groups or whatever. And the second thing you need is permission. And it can be a quagmire to go through the legislation, the Irish legislation, but I'll try and break it down as simply as I can. The architectural heritage of Ireland is basically broken into 2 parts. The first part is buildings built before the year 1700, and they're considered archaeology, and they're covered by the National Monuments Acts. And then buildings built after 1700 are considered architectural heritage, and they're covered by the Planning and Development Acts. So if you have a building that you want to repair or conserve, and it's built before 1700, then you're looking at the National Monuments Act. And the permission you need for that is a 2-page document called a Section 12 notification. And if you go onto the internet and you put in Section 12 notification, National Monuments Act, the form will come up. And you fill it out and you send it into the National Monument Service here in Dublin, and they will start the ball rolling. Now, when I'm doing Section 12 notifications at the moment, I will, of course, accompany all that with numerous documents, like photographic records, method statements, architectural heritage, impact assessments, archaeological impact assessments, health and safety statements, etc., 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 and send them all in as one document. And generally, I'll get a result back, and in most cases it says, yes, that's fine, we agree, go ahead. But that's not for everyone to do. So you do need professional help for a lot of this work. Now, that's what I call the Section 12 notification. Now, it might not be a tower house, it might not be a medieval church, it might be an old country house, say built in the 1630s or whatever. No, sorry, 1730s. Then it doesn't come in under National Monuments Act, it comes in under the Planning Development Act. So in order to repair this house, what you need is a 2-page form that you fill out called a Section 57 declaration to the Planning Authority. And it's very like the notification under National Monuments, except it's under the Planning and Development Act. And basically you fill out this form and you tell them you want to repair this house, and that will start the ball rolling, but this time not with National Monuments, but with the local authority. Now, in some cases, when I was the conservation officer in Clare, I decided to put all the tower houses into the Planning and Development Act as well. In other words, and make them protected structures. And there was a reason why I did that. Under National Monuments Acts, there is no protection for monuments from nearby development. In other words, there's no set distance from which you can build. So you could end up with a housing estate built 30 yards away from your tower house, which I didn't think was appropriate. So I included the tower houses, all 218 of them in County Clare, under the record of protected structures. Storing a tower house in County Clare, you're going to need both documents, one going to National Monuments, Section 12, and the other going to the Planning and Development Authority, Section 57. But again, the document will also need all the other documents that I quoted. Now, if it's a major, will alter the character of the building, you may need planning permission. You may need planning permission, but the planning authority will tell you that. In the case of Dysart O'D, when I started as a young archaeologist back in the 1980s, I was full of enthusiasm. So full of enthusiasm, in fact, that when we opened the doors to the public in July 1986, we still had to wait 3 months to get planning permission. So they couldn't keep up with us, the planning office or the National Monuments. So when I did become employed by Clare County Council, a lot of people said that I was a poacher come change to gamekeeper, or poacher come gamekeeper. But from the point of view of legislation, that's basically what I'm talking about. Archaeology is Section 12, National Monuments, and architectural heritage is Section 57, Planning and Development Act. Now, and that's about all I can say about that. They will expect a lot of other documents to accompany it. So if you are considering repairing a historic building, now is the time to start gathering information. History, folklore, mythology, anything to do with the building, records, surveys. Now is the time to start gathering it. But it can be done. Now, There's also buildings that are in architectural conservation areas. They're usually towns and cities. You might have a tower house in the street, in the main street of like RD County Louth or Kilmallock, County Limerick, places like that, where you do have tower houses in the street remaining. But generally, it's not applicable to most people. One that I recently project managed for Clare County Council was Clonrush, yes, Clonrush, County Clare, and Luke is very familiar with that. It was an old medieval church that was actually being pulled down by ivy. And ivy is the greatest curse to a lot of buildings. And no doubt many of the clans will have bits of tower houses and bits of parish churches that are covered with ivy. And if something isn't done, it is going to pull them down. Now, myself and my colleague Martin Breen, we surveyed all the tower houses of Clare back in the 1990s for the Office of Public Works. And since we finished our survey, 6 tower houses have fallen down and just ended up as a pile of stones in a field. And we've been upstairs in all of them, and we have photographs and surveys and measurements done of all of them, but they just ended up as a pile of stones. And very often that is caused by ivy. It just eats away at the mortar, and because of the power of the ivy itself, it will burst walls and burst stones. So something has to be done. Now, it doesn't mean you can just go out there with a slash hook and a chainsaw and start cutting, because if you do, you may do more damage than good. What I generally recommend to people is cut the ivy within 6 inches of the wall. Don't kill it. Don't kill it. Shave it back until you can get a view of the wall and you see what damage is doing. At that stage, then you get in your conservation archaeologist or conservation architect or conservation engineer to have a look at the building and see if it's safe to take the is you do 2 or 3 meters at a time, and then you repoint it with hydraulic lime, a mortar of hydraulic lime. And then when that is set, you start with the next 3 meters and you work around the building that way. But you have to be very careful not to damage the building. This is the gate going into Clonrush, which was a monastery, the site of Loch Derrig in County Clare. And we finished that there 2 years ago. I had to do a drawing showing the Board of Works exactly what we were going to do with the gate. And you can see the different color. The brown stone there is just showing them that we intend rebuilding some of it in order to maintain the structural integrity of the gateway itself. This is the old church in Clonrush. Now, it looks very white because we have new lime put into the repointing the walls. Of course, repointing is a very modern thing. There was no such thing as repointing back in medieval times, because what they did in medieval times was they plastered the walls. And it's another thing we don't often realize is that all tower houses, churches, castles, cathedrals, whatever you like, they were all plastered inside and out. They were all white when they were finished. And if you don't maintain lime off eventually, and by maintaining it, you have to give it every few years of lime wash, but it has to be hydraulic lime wash, not hydrated lime wash. There's a huge difference. So you have to learn about your lime. But once it's no longer maintained, the lime building, and people say, but isn't the stone lovely looking? It is lovely looking, but you can't keep water out of a stone building, unless of course it's built with ashlar stone blocks, which these are not. These are all rubble buildings. When we finished up the job in Clonrush, then we erected an information sign with the history and information we had about the little monastery of Clonrush. Talking about Ivy, this is another church near me in Corofin, County Clare. It's called Coed Graveyard and Coed Church. And as you can see from the photograph again, that's about 10 years ago. It was totally overcome by ivy, and ivy was about to pull down the belfry and about to pull down some of the walls. So what we did, we shaved the ivy back, examined the walls, realized that there was no serious impact on the building, and so it was safe to kill the ivy by cutting it at the base and waiting for a few months and then pulling it down. So this is what it looks like now. And it's a very fine church, almost perfect. almost perfect. Repaired in the 1640s by Morarua O'Brien, who lived in Lemina Castle. There was a huge amount of work done in the 1640s in most of Ireland, most of Catholic Ireland, because at that period the English were confined to a very small area around Dublin, and Ireland was governed from Kilkenny, the Confederation of Kilkenny. And there was a huge amount of enthusiasm and confidence in the new Irish government. It was made up of the Gaelic clans and the Anglo-Norman clans. And there was so much confidence. A lot of the abbeys and monasteries were repaired. A lot of medieval churches that had been unroofed during Henry VIII's time were repaired. A lot of new tombs were put up, and you'll find most of the tombs to the Gaelic clans that you find in the west of Ireland are from the 1640s. But again, 1649, Cromwell arrived in Ringsend, and that put an end to everything again. Now, this is, I was warned that I have to talk about this building. This is St. Flannan's in Killaloe. I've been involved with the Select Vestry here for the last 5 years in Killaloe, and we're represented here by Deborah Dudgeon, who has kindly come along to make sure I do mention Killaloe today. And we've been very successful, and we've managed to raise almost 400,000 euros from grants for the repair of this building. We just finished the tower, and now we're moving down to the west gable and various other parts of the cathedral. But it's unique. It's an early 13th century, built around 1205, 1210, by Brian Barua's grandson, started by Donald Moore O'Brien and finished by Donncha Corbrook. It's one of the few Gaelic cathedrals in Ireland or Scotland still used for public worship. So from that point of view, it is very important. Deborah asked me to mention if there's any very wealthy people here who like cathedrals, to make sure to contribute. But the reason I put this up really is to talk about the grant system. Now, as I said, we raised almost 400,000 in the last 5 years, and we hope to continue raising money for it. And it's under the various grant schemes. And there are grant schemes out there. And if you can show that you're serious and you're professional, and you apply for grants for these buildings, you will get them. I have a list of some of the grants here. We have the Built Heritage Investment Scheme, BHIS, run by all the local authorities, and it's generally 20,000, I think, is the maximum grant. But it will start the ball rolling for many people, and it will do repairs to buildings. Now, when I talk about repairs to buildings, I would talk about 3 categories. The first category is taking the ivy off a building and making sure that the ivy is not going to damage it. That's category 1. Category 2 is conservation. And conservation is basically conserving the ruin of a building as it is. Not making any changes to it, but just ensuring that it's going to be there in another century or 2. And that requires repointing the stonework and consolidating the tops of walls. And you have to know about lime there. There's hydraulic limes, and there's 3.5 strengths and 5 strengths and 2.1 strengths and various things. But once you become familiar with lime, it's a wonderful material, and that's what's used basically for conservation. And the third system, or the third thing then, is restoration. And restoration basically means you want to restore it to what it looked like when it was new. These are rare. Restorations are rare. As I say, Dyson O'D was a restoration, but they don't happen that often. But nevertheless, they're worth thinking about. And if you can show some evidence that the building looked like what you intended to look like, you will generally get a positive feeling from National Monument Service. But you have to be able to show that it looked like that one time, and you have to be able to produce some evidence. Generally, the powers that be are in favor of conservation, conserving ruins, but you'll have to make a case if you want to restore. Now, the first grant scheme I spoke about there was the Built Heritage Investment Scheme, BHIS, As I say, maximum grant is around 20,000 a year. The next one is the Historic Structures Fund, and this is the one we've used for the cathedral because the grants are very big. They can be up to 200,000 a year, but they have to be very important buildings. Um, and I think it's only one or two per local authority funded each year. Then you have the various Heritage Council grants, and they do change from year to year. Sometimes they're for vernacular buildings, and I think Dr. Moss spoke earlier about mud wall buildings that were very often the houses of people in medieval times. They're not very common in the west of Ireland because they don't last. But in the east of Ireland and all over England and Wales, they are quite common today. In fact, down in Wexford, you have a Mayglass two-story farmhouse built in the early 1700s out of mud and being restored by the Heritage Council. So those are vernacular, the vernacular grants go for those. Then you have the community grant schemes that come out every year, again around October. Nearly all the grants are advertised October and November. And it's worth checking the websites of the Department of Housing, Arts and Heritage or the local authority, county council websites to see what grants are available. Then you have the Community Monument Scheme, Community Monument Grants, where you decide to work with the Office of Public Works to repair a monument in your area. It might be, as I say, the ruins of a tower house, the ruins of a church. It might be cleaning up vegetation around a megalithic tomb. It can be anything. But you basically work hand in hand with the Office of Public Works. They'll provide the professional advice and you provide the labour. And that works very well as well. Some local authorities provide different grant schemes, sometimes for repairing houses in towns and villages, architectural conservation areas, sometimes vernacular buildings, sometimes historic buildings. It changes every year. Rural community grants is another one that comes from the departments of Housing, Heritage and Culture. IGS, that's the Irish Georgian Society. They provide small grants every year for repairing historic buildings. They don't have to be Georgian houses, but generally they are. And then you have SPAB Ireland volunteer projects. SPAB is the Society of Protection of Ancient Buildings. It was started in England in the 1870s, but the Irish branch was founded about 15 years ago. And every year they take on one or two projects. Now, I made great use of them back in 2018 for Uncowl War outside Corofin. Uncowl War means the Great Ruin. And the Great Ruin is a plantation, a big plantation fort, a big square plantation fort, probably the only one in Munster, built in County Clare. Very high walls, like the bawn of a castle, but without the castle, or the bawn of a tower house without the tower house. And we decided we would ask SPAB for some help so as we could repair the walls. So we set up a project, a training project for the preparation and use of hydraulic lime. It grew from one stage to another and got bigger and bigger. And eventually it was for the weekend. We had 74 people signed in for it. And they made a huge difference to the whole area, the whole village of Corofin. They filled the pubs, the restaurants, even provided we had to provide entertainment and music. And it was a wonderful thing. And we got a huge amount of work done over the weekend by just using these volunteers from SPAB. And SPAB will also help you to set up your own training projects if you want to supervised by a professional. And there are professionals out there who do nothing but just provide training courses, and well worth talking to. So that's basically the basis of what I'm going to say. I don't know if I have another slide. Oh, I have, yeah. Down there, if anyone wants my email, it's very simple. It's dick@gmail.com. And there's my phone number. The other thing I was going to say to you, I wrote a book on the ODs. It went to print twice. If there's anyone interested in the book on any clan, it talks about the evil history of of the ODs in Dysart, but it also talks about how we went about restoring the castle and setting up the OD clan. So if anybody wants a copy of the book, all you have to do is send me an email. All you have to say is one word, book, and I'll send you at no cost to you or no cost. By all means, do that. And my phone number is there. The picture is me beside the last chisel mark I put on Dysart Castle, which was the mason's mark. And I think every mason is entitled to his mark when he finished the job. But I had more hair that time. So that's basically it. Got a meal of Mahigov.
Great. Are we online? Yes.
Hello.
Yeah. Yes. All right. So thank you very much for that, Rishtad. Really great insight, and I suppose a really good contrast from our first lecture, which was more sort of theoretical and the type of sort of built heritage that we find, particularly in Gaelic Ireland, and then to yours, which sort of drills down more in terms of practicalities of potential restoration, and what people might like to do in that sort of space. And I'm quite conscious there are people in the audience who have castles or who have been involved in the renovation of castles. So when we go to the Q&A, if they have any questions, I would encourage them to sort of chime in. But I might just pick your brain, so to speak, for a minute. So you sort of gave, I suppose, an overview in terms of what people need to know from the sort of legislative statutory basis for the initial application to then progress, through to the actual sort of renovation. But you might speak perhaps a little bit, even generally, about what are the sort of basic mistakes or errors that people fall into when they decide to restore a historical building.
Yes, well, when it comes to mistakes, I suppose I made all of them. So I'm an expert on mistakes. But basically the mistake is a little knowledge is a dangerous thing, and there's no doubt about that. I've seen people repair tower houses and historic buildings using cement. It doesn't work. Cement does not work with old buildings. I've seen people using cement with 2 shovels of lime thrown into the barrow, saying, "No, we have lime, we're okay." No, you're not. I've seen people making up mortar by going down to the hardware shop and buying hydrated lime and putting it in the mix. No. You need to know your stuff. Hydrated lime can be bought anywhere in any hardware shop, but it's only used for improving grassland, and there's no value whatsoever in building. So the lime I'm talking about is hydraulic lime, and it's called hydraulic because it sets underwater. And the Romans used it for building piers and harbors, and the Board of Works used it up to the 1940s for the same job. It's the old burnt lime that we heard of long ago from our grandfathers. And it has a chemical reaction with the mortar. Hydrated lime has no chemical reaction whatsoever. You'll know hydraulic lime because once you put it into a bucket and you put water on it, it'll boil. It'll boil. It's dangerous. It'll spatter and boil. So that's the first mistake, is people think lime is lime. It's not. But lime is the buzzword of conservation. It's used for repointing. It's used for bedding stones. It's used for plastering inside and out, all different types of plaster, all made from lime. So that is the biggest mistake that I think. Other times, people think they know a skill or a craft because they've worked in the buildings for the last 5 years, but they don't realize historic buildings were built differently than they are today. Even I've seen slaters putting on a roof wrongly. I trained myself as a carpenter with my father-in-law, who was a master carpenter, when I was a teenager. So I suppose I came to this subject from the other end, from the building side and the contracting side, something I still love. And I still do a lot of stone cutting and stone carving, as you know. It's important, I suppose, to see it from both sides. I remember studying the masons long ago, the masons that built the tower houses in Ireland and Scotland. And of course, they could travel back and forth, and they did a lot. But the architect of a tower house had to be, in Gaelic, a seer. And seer has many meanings. But in Irish, it means stonemason, seer, seir tlicha. In Scotland, it means a carpenter, seir amage. And it also means free, lá seir. So it meant if you were a seer, you had to be a master of both trades, carpentry and masonry. And you were allowed to travel freely. Basically, the Freemasons, as we talk about them. Anyway, I don't know what brought me onto that.
No, that's very interesting.
Right.
You sort of mentioned there about lime and the sort of importance of getting it right in terms of lime for historical buildings. I'm just wondering, obviously there's numerous reasons why these buildings internally and externally were covered in lime and whitewashed. One of which, as I understand it, was to increase light and to make the buildings lighter inside.
Yeah.
But was there a hygienic function
There
as
was.
well? You might talk us through that. a bit.
There was, of course, yeah. Lime is a biocide, and as such, it kills all germs. Now, I'm not saying that the medieval Irish knew all about germs, but they certainly knew that lime kept things clean. And so everything was lime washed. I remember as a young soldier in the army, one of our jobs was to lime wash the toilet blocks every few months. And we used to think this was very archaic. You know, why wouldn't they go out to Dulux and buy paint? But it was there was a reason for it. It was, and the other thing is you'll often hear of people who have wells or springs in their back garden. They will put down lime once a year to clean out the well and to kill all. Did you ever hear that?
No, I haven't.
And
Actually.
clear the
Okay.
bacteria. Yeah, you put lime into a well for that reason. But as you say, it has three functions. It brightens up a place as well, you know. And when you widen braziers of windows with lime, it'll reflect light, especially when you have very narrow windows in a building. But also, lime kills dampness because it takes in water and then it breathes and it drives out water in dry air and during summertime. So it has a lot of functions. But I think another main function of lime is that it actually repairs itself. If you get a hole in lime or if you get a crack, over the next few years, lime will grow again and seal up the crack, you know. So it was replaced by cement in the 1940s. And the main reason it was replaced by cement was because cement was half the price. And if you try and buy lime today, it's still twice the price of cement. But people didn't realize in the 1940s that there was a reason why we used lime for the last 1,000 years, you know.
Indeed. I noticed on one of the slides, I think pertaining to Clonrush, you had that very interesting historical plaque which you helped erect.
Oh,
I
yeah.
understand Carrigaholt Castle is another example of a community
Yes.
a group erecting signs as well. And there's numerous other examples, of course, around the country. What does one need to do to secure permissions from the council to erect signs? I'm conscious that there are clans here who would be interested to erect such signs indicating historical areas and so forth. So I'm just wondering from your sort of leverage your experience, Rishta.
Well, I can sum that up in one word. You need the owner's permission. And if it's on private ground, you don't need permission from the county council. You need it from the owner if you're putting up an information plaque. Now, you might get an objection if the information was all wrong in some way to somebody, but that's not what we're talking about. But if you're on a public road, yeah, you're certainly going to need the roads engineer will come out to see will it affect traffic or something else. But you certainly need permission of the council, yeah.
And is it recommended to engage not just with signs, but also with any historical building projects to engage perhaps initially with the conservation officer in the various counties?
Yes, yeah. I think the first call would be the conservation officer. Some people try and avoid the conservation officer, but it's not a good idea because generally they know what's going on, and they can often point you in the right direction and can often reduce your costs by telling you this isn't required and that's not required, and you don't need a conservation engineer for that building. It's fine as you know. So it is useful certainly to contact the conservation officer. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you for that. We might have time for one or two questions from the floor. Shane, if we just bring a microphone down to him, please.
Richard, thank you very much for that, and indeed highlighting Daisadoti Castle, which is our focal point for any of our clan gatherings and inauguration of our chieftain. You talk about the castle and all the work that was done in relation to that, but my question could apply to any restorations. Putting in electricity, putting in water, putting in toilets, how do you manage that as a matter of interest?
Well, oh no, you do. Basically, you're talking about the same building a house. You know, you have to have it brought on site, or you have to plumb it into a local storage scheme, or you have to put in a septic tank, or you have to have a water scheme, or you have to have a well, or whatever. The problem arises once you get into the castle. Where does it go? Are you going to bore holes through all the walls? Luckily, nearly all the tower houses in Ireland have toilets. They have what's called a garderobe, exactly. And a garderobe is a shaft that runs up through the building from the top to the bottom. It's about 1 meter square. And that's ideal because you can use that for plumbing and wiring, and then you can feed into all the various rooms out of the garderobe shaft, you know. So that's what we did in Dysart, and yeah, it's very useful.
Thank you. Any other questions? Brino Dalig.
Notice in when I off and on when I do a bit of research, Cashlon Gal comes up a lot, and it's named particularly in bardic poetry, but also in texts.
Yeah.
Cashlon Gal.
Yeah.
I presume that a bright castle.
Yeah.
Is something to do with lime or the brightness.
It is. Gal in Irish means bright, but in Scots Gaelic it means white. So it could be, in medieval times, there was no distinction between the two dialects. So it could mean the White Castle or the Bright Castle. I presume that the color of the lime went off after a while, and maybe if somebody refreshed it with a lime wash, it became known as the White Castle, you know, as opposed to all the other cream colored ones that didn't get the same treatment, you know. Yeah.
Just maybe on that point, we have a particular reference, which I have in mind from circa 1590 by the bardic poet Taig MacDara of Agvroda to the O'Daverans of Cahir MacNaughton in the Burren, whereby he refers to the white liss of Cahir MacNaughton, the white fort or stone enclosure. So potentially that, to your point, was also whitewashed, and in the stone, as you know well, Brian, in the stony landscape of the Burren, that would really stand out. I'm wondering if there was another more symbolic aspect of whitening these castles with lime, in the sense that they stood out in the landscape, so it spoke to that kind of status of the individuals living there.
I don't think the purpose was anything more than just waterproofing them and damp-proofing them, you know. But it's funny you should mention that. I came across a reference in Kilkee in the 1840s, and I'm trying to remember now, 40 Days in Kilkee or something was the name of the book, you know. Yeah, is it? Yes, by Mrs. Knox. That's
Eleanor
right.
Knox.
Eleanor
2
Knox.
months in Kilkee, no?
And she spent before
1836.
before the famine happened. She spent quite amount of time in Kilkee. But the one thing she did notice is that all the houses were painted white. All the poor people, and this is only 5 years before the famine. Everyone painted their house white. She said, not only the walls, but the roofs, the flag roofs. Now, And since then, somebody sent me a photograph, sorry, of a house in Wales with a stone roof painted white as well, you know. So it must have looked like an island in Greece, you know, with all this white lime that was going on. Everything was painted, you know.
Just without the
Yeah.
weather, presumably.
Yeah.
Maybe one more question before the gentleman down the back here.
No, I was interested there in cleaning out the well. What's the type of lime? What like it's not agricultural lime, but it's the
yeah, it's the hydraulic lime now.
Hydraulic lime.
But I'm not promoting putting lime into a well because I have no idea what effect that might have on your family or your animals or anyone else. You know,
No, it just happens I have a well, but if I was going to put it down,
But
I wouldn't use the water for a month or two anyway.
Yeah, what I would do is I Google it, lime in wells. I just Google it and see what information is out there, you know. But I know it's common practice around Clare once upon a time. I wouldn't say there's anyone doing it nowadays, but it used to be very common. Yes?
To Michael.
Where do you find hydraulic lime in Ireland?
Yeah, there are 4 companies producing it in Ireland. Off the top of my head, there's the traditional lime company, County Carlow. There's Inishannon Lime Company, County Cork. There's another one in County Down. And I can't think of their names now.
Okay.
But you'll get them. But it's hydraulic lime you'll be looking for.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we have John Farrell here, perhaps the last question.
It's not so much a question, it's just an observation on putting lime into a well. I remember my late father putting lime into a well in Longford.
Yes. Yes.
When I was born in 1964, so now you know what age I am, we had no running water in the house, at home,
Yes.
the farmhouse at home.
Yeah.
And there was a well field, was
Yeah.
typical of the time.
Yeah.
And I can recall my father putting lime in the well.
Yes.
Prior to us
Yes.
getting the piped water.
Thanks for that.
About
Yeah,
1968.
yeah. Right. Yeah. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much. So on that note, Gurmil Mahagat, Aristad. Thank you very much.
I don't want to take this out without doing it right. Sorry, your friend here. Sorry, I don't take that out. Yeah.
No problem. There you go.
Thank you very much.
It's turned off. Is this off? Am I on? Ahishig, a canary agus corja. It is antiquity that preserves tradition. And for me, this is very obvious when I look in the mirror. Yes, as I look in the mirror, I see over the reflection of my shoulder the island of Scattery, or Inishcohig, on the River Shannon, where there is the remains of the 6th century monastic settlement of St. Senan, with its famous round tower and 6 churches. In fact, Dick has recently been doing some work out there. This and our many numerous examples of great antiquity encapsulate not just our architectural heritage, but the more central human heritage of families and individuals within buildings that has created our history. Many of the families that continue to reside in the Kilrush area were associated in one way or another with Scattery Island down through its history from the 6th century. Similarly, throughout the entire island of Ireland, there are families who are associated not just with religious sites, but with the buildings associated with politics, law, bardic centres, military, hospitality, farming, and dare I say, international commerce, or smuggling as they call it down in Cork. Yes, every kindred group has its story, and every building has its people. Clans of Ireland is unapologetic in its endeavour to explore the sources of each and all Irish families that have collectively created the web of history that has resulted in contemporary Ireland. But also on a more global level, that has had such disproportionate influence on global society. Today, however, through the lectures of Dr. Moss and Richard O'Cronin, we have come to better understand how the location, structure, and design of our buildings has been crucial to the lives of our ancestors. We can also understand why we are compelled to appreciate the archaeological sites of our very ancient past, such as Brú na Bóinne, so that we can develop a more tangible appreciation of the lives of our distant ancestors. I stand here today somewhat in awe of the task that I recognize is ahead for us as an organization. It is clear that each and every one of us is here as a result of not only the fact that our ancestors lived for long enough for them to have descendants, but also as a result of the sacrifices that they made, some by remaining on or close to their native land, and others by not remaining. Those who remained sacrificed possible prosperity in developing economies, while those who did not remain forsook living on their ancestral lands for generations and possibly forever, with a sentiment immortalized in the early Irish lyric, "A blue eye will look back." I think it was to do with St. Columcille. Clans of Ireland is an Irish organisation that brings together the descendants of those who remained on their ancestral lands and their cousins whose ancestors migrated to other parts of Ireland or who emigrated all over the globe. The organisations that form the membership of Clans of Ireland include all descendants, all the clans, men and women, not just the Taoiseach and the Canary. Our organisation was founded 34 years ago by people whose vision it was to commemorate the history of those of our ancestors who were established on ancestral lands in Ireland prior to the 17th century. Today, our organisation continues to develop and constantly mature because you, our members, remained committed to the principles of our founders. And so it will continue. It will continue in part because of our collective decision to make the hard choice about a reliably authentic threshold date that marks Irish clans and historical families as having been established before the modern era with links to the antiquity of a part of our island. It will continue because even though many of you Canary and representatives of clans are not resident in Ireland, there is a collective yearning to understand our history. That is beyond muddy notions that were perpetuated by ridiculous caricature and modern self-serving commercialism. I applaud your willingness to seek authenticity. I applaud this collective quest for authenticity, which through academic dedication can lead us to know and understand our ancestral selves better than could previously have been imagined. Each of us explores in our own way the ancient sites and buildings associated with our own kindred, so that we can develop a better comprehension of how our distant ancestors lived and survived long enough to have children. For many, it was because they had apparently the simple advantage of shelter for themselves and their provisions. For others, it was because they had buildings and fortifications that had afforded protection for not only themselves, but their livestock, water, and food stores. Clans of Ireland, with your support, is beginning to create access to not just archaeologists, historians, and conservationists who, as today, have brilliantly lectured us, but access to genealogical source material. This access will empower not just our current members, but kindred groups and clans from all over the island to discover who they really are and where they have really come from. The McCabe surname, for example, is represented on the Clans of Ireland Register of Clans as McCabe of Breffni. And likewise, the O'Farrell of Anley describes the kindred group's ancestral origins, differentiating it from the O'Farrells from anywhere else with whom there is no genetic relationship. To the best of my knowledge, there are 5 distinct O'Tierney kindred groups in Ireland, including the O'Tierney of Farney, O'Tierney of Cara, O'Tierney of Brega, Farn O'Tierney, and, as you said earlier, O'Tierney of Kirkamroo, none of whom share genes or anything other than a surname. The quest for Clans of Ireland is having more explicitly defined a clearer understanding of who and what our members are, that we will expand membership, not in an effort to increase numbers per se, but to incorporate as many verifiable kindred groups or finta as possible. This will be done through education, publications, lectures, and adherence to strict registration protocols. It will also require your support and commitment to Clans of Ireland as a cultural pillar organisation. Clans of Ireland is a collective of constituent organisations whose representatives, you, share ambitions and expectations. It is structured as a democratic cultural institution that is a significant resource for connecting the Irish diaspora from across the world. People of an Irish name can refine their genealogical research and make contact with fellow kinsmen in a way that would not be possible without organised clan structures. To be part of Clans of Ireland, each constituent member organisation needs to contribute more beyond simply providing proof that it is entitled to membership as a result of the facts of its own history and genealogy. Each member organisation has both privileges and responsibilities. Members are entitled to associate with the good name of Clans of Ireland and become involved in the management and direction of the organisation as it advances as a pillar of Irish culture. However, to do this without employees creates an onus on each and every member clan. My message to you this afternoon is that I would like to encourage every clan representative and Ceann Fine to play a broader part in this cultural movement. Leaders are leaders as a result of their own actions and choices. You have been elected to lead your clan because, you've been elected or selected to lead your clan because you were considered worthy as a result of your leadership endeavours and ability. Conal O'Farrell this morning, a shining example of that. When you assumed that honour, you also accepted the and responsibility that that entailed. This was the Gaelic way, and for this reason, I most enjoyed meeting Mr. O'Farrell this morning. He was just such an example to all of us. Leadership depended and continues to depend on character. Now, just as in medieval times, you as a clan leader are expected to represent your people beyond your own kindred group or wider clan. You are expected to represent them at a high level, and Clans of Ireland is the contemporary platform on which to do so. Clearly, all member organizations cannot be represented on the board, but almost all can be represented on committees. These committees are responsible for implementing policies and managing day-to-day business. Membership of these involves far less time than being a member of the board, but it is how you can show your commitment in a very meaningful way. So please let me know of your willingness to do so and share your thoughts on how you feel you can help with our collective mission and culture as an organization. And I would like to thank those of you who have already made your wishes known to me today and last night. Now, as we come to the conclusion of the daytime element of our Crinu Mullig Cultura Bliantul, I feel confident that you will join me in thanking Dr. Joe Mannion, Dr. Rachel Moss, Richardo Cronin for their extraordinary presentations. I would also like to thank the external members of our committees, Dr. Catherine Sims, Dr. Noligo Marila, and Dr. Ed Walsh, who is here with us today, and indeed the recently appointed Mr. James Heenan. On behalf of you, the cannery and representatives, I would like to express heartfelt gratitude to the members of the management committees and the board of directors, Nestore Hori, who through their labors make our organization work throughout the year. Finally, I would like to thank you for your attendance today, and in particular for your patience over the past 15 minutes. I will now ask Michael O'Crowley to come up. Agus slán in ish go dtíon go bhfuil míid le chéile ag 7 7 o'clock, Kieran, isn't it? Okay. No, go dtí an céad uair uile slán abhaile.
Silence is gold. 7 o'clock is our next meeting for the dinner. However, if you want to have drinks at the bar is open. See you later.